won one case after another for the IRS. Now, they can win for you. Win with a law firm that has seen the IRS's own playbook for over 8 years. It makes great sense. Call Strategic Tax Lawyers right now at 1-877-665-9800 or visit mytaxattorney.com. Strategic Tax Lawyers can settle your tax debt, stop IRS collection efforts, and may save you thousands or even millions of dollars. Call Strategic Tax Lawyers right now at 1-877-665-9800 or visit mytaxattorney.com. That's mytaxattorney.com. This message has been brought to you by Attorney Jeffrey Jacobs.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease. Do you take protein to build muscle? On average, only 10% is digested for muscle and the other 90% is converted to fat. No wonder you're frustrated. You're not building muscle because your protein is literally making you fat. But with Amino Prime, virtually 100% of your protein can be converted into muscle. That's right, 100% into muscle. Amino Prime is the most advanced muscle-building, fat-shredding enzyme in the world. And right now, the first 100 callers get a free trial.
With Amino Prime, I can feel it working within minutes. My workouts are intense, my energy has improved, my abs are getting ripped, and I'm getting ridiculously stronger. Plus, I've already dropped 2 pant sizes.
Amino Prime is all natural and not a stimulant. Want to try it for free? Just be one of the first 100 people to visit rippedforfree.com or call 800-784-2646. That's 800-784-2646 or go to rippedforfree.com. Trials are extremely limited. That's rippedforfree.com.
If you owe the IRS more than $15,000, that overwhelming feeling of how will I ever pay this off may be too much to take. If you're a business owner with back taxes, including sales, income, or even payroll taxes, we can help. For 38 years, we've helped thousands of businesses just like you with a 99% success rate. We're 1040 Tax Partners. A 99% success rate is not something that you hear of very often. If the IRS is going after you, you need to take action before your problem gets worse. We help business owners with payroll tax, sales tax, and revenue officers. We help individuals with wage garnishments, bank levies, and stop collections. But you need to call us today at 866-900-6060. Don't let this IRS nightmare take over your life another day. Call 866-900-6060. 866-900-6060. 866-900-6060.
Running a business without being incorporated is like walking a tightrope without a net. One little misstep could cost you your entire business, your personal assets, and even your life savings. But you can quickly protect yourself by incorporating or forming an LLC. Get your important free guide today from LLC.com. We don't offer legal or financial advice. Our only mission is to help you incorporate safely and easily. For your free guide, call 1-800-947-9842. 1-800-947-9842. 1-800-947-9842.
This is the Worst of the Week Countdown, where we take the best of this week's Opie and Anthony show, call it the worst, rate it, and then count it down for your listening pleasure. Here's your host. What's his name? Face.
Here we go. It's the Worst of the Week Countdown. We do this every weekend, highlighting all the great moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony show. I would hope by now that you know who I am. My name's Sam Roberts. You can hear me every morning on the Opie and Anthony show, and the host of After Opie and Anthony Live. We've got a lot of great radio to highlight on this week's countdown. David Lee Roth, Crispin Glover, Kevin Smith, Ethan Hawke, Rob Delaney, all in studio. I want to start with Jim Brewer, though. Jim Brewer is one of my favorite guests. I've seen them all come through the Opie and Anthony show, and Jim Brewer is one of my favorite guests. As often as we have him on, he's never not good. And his stories are bar none. He may be the best storyteller that we have on the show. Jim Brewer came in this time with a story about a massage that went down at a bed and breakfast to die for. Jim Brewer on the countdown.
Number 8. 8. Number 8.
I love your bed and breakfast stories, though.
Yeah, I don't like bed and breakfast.
What was it, in Denver?
Yeah, close. It was
one where the
it was either Montana or Colorado.
Pseudo gay guy.
Yes, it was what's his name? It was Doug Henning. It was a Doug Henning looking guy, and he said he was the drummer for Journey.
Wow,
that's what he said. He goes, "Oh, I played drums for Journey."
And I was giving you a massage at a bed and breakfast.
A naked one. It was horrifying.
Remember this story?
Yes,
it's one of my favorites.
It's bizarre. I never had a massage before, so he really was pushing the massage, and so
Had a bed and breakfast.
dude, not only that, it started off in a hot tub, and I just remember him and his wife were supposed to meet us in the hot tub, and just he came out.
Oh, that's
Doug Henning came out. Doug Henning gets in with my wife and I saw her look. She gave me that look like, what's going on? And she went, I'm very uncomfortable with you rubbing my leg. Jim likes his legs rubbed. I went, what are you talking about? So he started
The guy was rubbing her legs?
Yeah, and then he started massaging my legs in the hot tub.
What the? He didn't take that as a hint to get the fuck out?
No, dude, this is how stupid I am. I can easily be raped one day. I know I can. I almost was. Without even knowing
you don't
it's
want to
happening.
make a scene.
Yes, just because I don't want to. That's so stupid.
So you're allowing Doug Henning to rub your legs.
So Doug Henning brings me up to his bedroom.
I'd be like, what are you
From
doing?
the hot tub?
The next day, he talks me into this, and I go, all right, D, I'll go first.
Did he hold your hand as you walked
I go
up
in
to his
there,
bedroom?
and it's next to his bed. The massage table's next to his bed, and he goes, I had my underwear. He goes, normally people take their clothes off. So I take the clothes off, and I'm just laying there. There's no sheet over me.
my
I'm just
God.
naked, raw meat, and he starts getting a little too much in between the legs.
Yeah, hitting
and,
the balls with the finger.
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
And then
It's
when
a good massage, Jim.
yeah, when I had to turn over,
Oh, no.
I was
Come on.
like,
you have a ride? How
hard were you?
I called it quits.
Oh, now you drew the line.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not comfortable with this side. And then went downstairs and like, you're not going to like that. And then we left and we stayed in a park until nighttime. We sat there, we parked next to a creek until nighttime. We came back in the house, slept, and the next day we checked out. But I clearly could have been.
Why didn't you check out that day and just go to a hotel?
We were stuck. I didn't know where we were in the middle of nowhere. We were in like Montana, the Grand Tetons we're at. We're in the middle of nowhere.
Wow. Shit.
It was horrible.
That guy was fucking
He was so
just-
close to getting in my bunghole.
Yeah.
Probably gets a lot of action.
What a trooper you are, though.
you
After a
would've-
little asshole tickling, you still turned over for a minute. Jim's a good egg.
If you would have just like perched your ass up a little
Seriously,
bit,
we
he'd
would've had a
fucking-
situation.
He'd have slid a digit in there.
Yeah.
He definitely was suspect. I just remember.
Suspect.
You think?
Jeez, wow, Columbo.
What tipped you off?
Did he rubbing your legs in a hot tub?
Naked.
Everyone was naked in the
my
hot tub.
wife. That was the weird part.
She called him out, though. Good for her.
It's a great story.
Yes.
Good for her.
And I didn't. You're weird. Like, do I punch him out? Is he really just trying to sell the massage? Is he trying to get a menage a trois? Like, what's going on?
Like, I would have thought you'd have said something like, dude, what are you doing, man?
I should have.
Yeah, yeah.
They
'Cause
could've
that
got-
isn't even, like,
I think
that isn't
if I had-
combative. It's kind of like, what are you doing?
I might, and that's probably where marijuana can hurt you.
Everything's cool.
Right.
That's all cool.
Yeah. Right.
And this
Where-
guy's just doing his own
Right,
thing. And,
right.
who am I to
Right.
fucking judge? And fuck that.
Now it makes sense.
Right.
That makes sense.
When if I had a drink or two, he would have been missing teeth. He would have been missing teeth.
Hey, faggot.
Standing up with my wet nuts. What's your problem, Doug Faggot Henning? Hey, you want to see a magic trick? Hey, your teeth are about to disappear. Bang! Hey, here's my wiener. You want to play hide the baloney? Huh? You want a massage? Guess what? Let's watch your eyes pop open while I bung you from behold, Doug. How's that? How's that for a magic trick? It's an illusion. It's an illusion that I'm bunging you from behind, Doug.
We forgot for a moment that Brewer used to smoke pot, and it makes
But you're
complete
all
sense
fucking-
now.
Yes,
Yeah.
now it makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, where you're just like, hey,
I was totally into the one hitter, so yeah, I was like, yeah, this is cool, man. He's just feeling my wife up.
this is these are my
What they do
hang-ups.
out here in Montana.
These are my hang-ups, man. I don't need to put them on him. He's the cool guy. He's the guy that's got it together. I'm fucked up
He
here.
obviously knows what's going on here.
You know, there's no reason for rage against Doug.
Fuck that! Punch him in the face.
Right. I should have.
Fucking
When
guy.
did you realize that you checked in? And when did you get the first creepy vibe from Doug?
Right off the bat.
Right.
Right off the bat.
Wow, yeah, huh?
I didn't like him from the beginning.
Yeah.
What did he do that made you not like him? Just his vibe? Or?
You know what?
First of all, looking like Doug Henning is probably a little
right off the bat,
creepy.
the looking like Doug Henning, and they were a little too hippie / earthy for me.
Oh,
Like,
he had a girl with him.
He did have a girl, but even she was a little suspect. A lot of granola before granola was in.
Uh-huh.
And so it was like, when people shake your hand, that you do the limp thing, it really bothers me. It really, like, dude, shake my hand.
Oh, that kind
You think he would have popped your cock in his mouth, though, if you would have let him?
I think I would have had a situation. I think he would have let me dirty his hair.
He would have eaten your ass on that table.
Oh, God, Jesus, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Oh, man. God only knows what shenanigans happens in that house.
Oh, yeah.
You said shenanigans this morning. I almost pulled over. I started laughing so hard.
When he gets the right combination of people in there, dude.
You're the first one to say no. He probably couldn't believe he was
You're
going
right.
no.
You're right.
You're the first one that actually went for the naked massage.
Yeah.
That didn't end up with
He let it go.
cum in his
Naked
mouth.
massage?
He let it go.
That guy was counting his fucking chickens that day.
Oh, God,
I got
yeah.
a naked massage. Got fucking, I'm
I bet he
in.
was jerking off while he massaged you. Like, you'd probably feel like if you look back this time, he was just rubbing you with one hand. He was probably plumping his dick up with the other.
Putting that chlorinated smelling lotion on your back. Yeah. Rub it in deep. It's a deep tissue massage.
I bet he stood
With
close to the
some
table to
special
get his rod against your knuckles.
Because my hot stove. First I dip it in the hot lava, and then I rub it on your back. Yeah, you like that massage?
He definitely has a history. That's
Yeah,
great.
you don't need any sheets.
Did you guys talk about it afterwards?
Oh, God, no.
No?
You and D
No,
did?
there was no more. Oh, me and D?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes. As soon as I came
Yeah.
down, I'm like, D, you're not going to like that. You're gonna. She says, she always questions me if something happened because I never talked. I just went down. She's like, what happened? I'm like, you're not doing it.
Holy fuck, that's great, man.
It was. I'm telling you, we got in a car and we drove to a creek that was close by, and we just stayed in the car until it got dark.
Now,
We
what was
drove-
the conversation like there? Were you just like, because you
It was
had
just
to be
silence.
What? A lot of silence.
What are we doing?
really?
Yeah, let's look
Just
for
trying to
bears
figure it
and
out.
stuff.
Wow.
It was really weird and creepy.
No shit.
Then I was a little worried at nighttime. We were the only ones staying at the bed and breakfast.
Was there a lock on your door?
There was, but still,
Yeah.
You could have the key.
Oh, that's true.
it's his house.
Right. You could get in.
But I knew I could physically take him. But
Yeah, but
then
you never know if
again,
he has a weapon.
that's right. He could have been
Have a gun.
could have an assault weapon.
That's all he did.
Good old laws going on here.
He could.
That's right.
Fuck, man. Ooh.
The worst of the week countdown. Countdown.
Still a lot to get to here on the countdown. I'm Sam Roberts from Opie and Anthony and After Opie and Anthony Live. Dwight Gooden was in studio this week, baseball legend. Crispin Glover was in studio talking about Back to the Future. David Lee Roth was back in studio. Jim Brewer was in studio. I know we just heard him, but we're going to hear him again. Kevin Smith was in studio. Ethan Hawke was in studio, and that's what I want to play for you now. We'll hear all those other guys later. Ethan Hawke stopped by. Jay Moore was in studio alongside him, but Ethan Hawke stopped by to promote his new movie, The Purge. And basically the concept of this movie is that one night a week, or one night a week, that would be fucking badass. One night a year, all crime, murder, rape, everything is legal. And I don't know why a country would do that, but this country in this movie does it. And Ethan Hawke lives in that country. And he really wants people to go see the movie where he's doing all this. So he came on the Opie and Anthony show and talked to us with the hopes that you guys would go see the movie. So do him a friendly, would you? It's Ethan Hawke on the countdown.
How you doing, man?
Ethan Hawke in
Big
studio.
star in here.
I know,
What am
right?
Yammering on about my mid-level club dates.
Jay Moore, to your right. Ethan.
Broadway.
Yeah, how are you?
We sat next to each other at a Knicks game a few times.
Oh, did we?
Your beautiful son.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Nate? No, they didn't win because Nate Robinson was there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's when they had the all green jerseys on for St. Patrick's Day.
I do remember that.
Yeah. It was you on one side of me and Kerry Washington on the other side of me. And I went, if a bomb hits this row, I'm not even in the article. Ethan Hawke and others die.
And others. Ethan's got The Purge. The Purge! And this is a real interesting concept. 1 day a year, people can do whatever the hell they want as far as illegal stuff goes, including murder.
The idea is it takes place, in the near future after the Great Depression of 2017, and as the nation recovers, to bring down unemployment and to purge the nation of its national hate. 1 day a year, the government shuts down, no hospitals, no cops, no nothing, and you can do whatever you want. In this way, if you get screwed in a land deal, you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to get a lawyer. You don't need to sue. You just wait for the purge day and you kill the guy. Nice. Right?
This sounds fantastic.
Your wife is driving you crazy. She's getting on your nerves. Don't sweat it. Wait for purge night. Ice her, right? And so now the good news about this is that unemployment drops to zero.
Sure.
Right? Because basically all the unemployed people kill each other. Right? And it's a little bit influenced. When I was younger, I remember, did you guys see Escape from New York?
Oh, of course. Sure.
Yeah, right? Snake Plissken and everything.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of John Carpenter-esque, half thriller, half horror, half socio-political document. Because in truth, what it really is it's like any good science fiction, it's not really that science fiction. You know what I mean? The woman is on the treadmill and she's jogging, and on TV, outside her gated community, people are killing each other.
Right.
But it's not that different from the way we actually
What's
live.
really happening, right?
I hope there's no 80s bad guy, though, like the guy who was like, the president. We have the president. Remember that guy with the Billy Idol haircut?
Yeah.
Oh,
Escape from New York?
Yeah.
The truth is, there's a kid in this movie who is, I think, the best bad guy I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
His performance was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he'll never work again. He's so scary.
So now, once a year this happens. Now, your character, you're a family guy?
Well, see, this is where it gets kind of interesting. I am an extremely affluent man who is a family guy who has made a fortune selling security systems. So he's very safe. He's living in this gated community. He has, machine gun. He's
all the bells and whistles you need to fend off these nuts.
Except my son thinks this purge is immoral. My son's given me some kind of ethics class about how it's really not fair to the poor people, and it's really not fair that we, just because we're rich, we get safe and we get special privileges. How is that fair?
Sounds like me every day of the week when I talk about taxes.
And exactly.
Yes.
And so my son ends up letting a guy a safe house in our house.
Man.
And trouble is, this guy is very seriously wanted by the Nazi youth of America. The social network gone bad. These other guys start coming after him in our house, and so
puts all your good gear to the test, I guess.
So they're all like young, youthful Nazis that are coming after him?
Well, not literally Nazis, but they're like
skinheads.
Yeah.
Well, no, the today's version of skinheads, which is like computer geek preppy people.
Oh, right.
Does that make sense to you? Because you seem lost here.
No.
I mean, where did I lose you?
No, I'm actually just thinking of the people he's talking about.
Yeah.
Ethan, I have a question. When I see the promos, there's people wearing masks, like spooky masks, breaking into houses. That's got to be like the longest pre-production meeting, more than casting, is figuring out what mask to settle on. Because if done right, like Scream, the mask lives in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And if done poorly, just people running around in a Nixon mask like Johnny Utah. I'll take your comments off the air. Governors tonight and tomorrow.
I think that a lot of thought did go into the mask, but the director had seen this certain mask long before production started.
Doesn't that creep you out about your director, that he's looking at masks before the movie came? Like, I just comb the internet, I look at masks.
When you read the script, I was already creeped out by this guy.
Well done.
That sounds pretty good. I saw the trailer in the theater when I was seeing, I think, a Star Trek or something, and it looks pretty badass.
Yeah,
It's pretty cool.
It turned out pretty good.
Is there an explanation as to why people don't? Because, like, I think, like, if that was happening, I would just get in the car and fucking go to a lake somewhere and just wait until the next day.
Yeah, because some hillbilly at the lake will have you. That's why you can't do that.
Jason Voorhees.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Have you ever seen the movies? I mean, come on. A lake is safe.
That's a good point. Yeah. Lakes are disaster.
You don't want to be caught out there on the road, defenseless.
I just find myself a nice spooky cabin in the woods next to an old lake with a sign up front that says abandoned.
Yeah, exactly. Go hide out in an abandoned hospital. That's a good one.
I'm just I'm a sweet, naive boy. I don't know any better.
So now you must get into some pretty bad situations there. You got to defend the family, right? Because I'm assuming at some point it's not just this guy's wanted and it's in this house and then it ends going, well, the house held up again.
Yeah,
you know,
that's not how it
there's
ends.
probably a breach.
I have a pretty terrifying line in the movie where the wife screams, but we're safe, right? And he's like, well.
Oh, well.
What do you mean safe?
Oh, shit. It's a relative term.
Yeah. These things are more for show, people are intimidated by it.
Right.
So all hell does break loose for sure.
How does the movie end?
How does the movie
You asshole.
Well, I'll come back on in a month and we can talk about it.
The worst of the week countdown. On the Opie and Anthony channel.
The NBA Finals are on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
LeBron layup, he got it right at the buzzer. The shot in your face.
Each team's broadcast.
Ginobili lead pass comes to Duncan. The catch, the layup is good.
Home and away.
Wade to the rim. Rim rocket, right hand jab. High swing, Wade.
Happens here.
On the clock, Randall White three. Trey the end. Tony Parker.
And it's all for the ring.
Miami wins the NBA title.
Hear every game of the NBA Finals on Sirius XM Radio or on the Sirius XM app.
Unmasked. In-depth conversation with the greatest minds in comedy.
This is Ron Bennington, my guest on the very next Unmasked, Lonely Island.
After we got our job at SNL, that was the moment that my dad revealed that he had never believed it. I was like, wow, that worked all those years.
Unmasked. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific on the Opie and Anthony channel. Or hear it whenever you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details.
Every day I'm hustling.
Get it going. Critics are calling Identity Thief a comedy blockbuster.
Woo! That's great news.
It's absolutely hilarious. What? Bridesmaids Melissa McCarthy and Jason Bateman are drop dead funny.
I got no money, I got no time, I've got no pants. Whose pants are these?
I took them off a dead hobo, so...
Guy died in these?
Good fit, huh?
From the director of Horrible Bosses and the producer of Ted, Identity Thief, unrated. Own it on digital download or watch it anytime with movies on demand, weeks before Redbox and Netflix.
Trying to sell your old car? Instead, donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind. Pickup is free, and your donation is tax deductible. Call 1-800-574-2861. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats, whether they run or not. Donate your vehicle and you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call 1-800-574-2861. That's 1-800-574-2861.
Water staining your clothes, sinks, and toilets? Does it have a bad taste or smell? Our water's getting worse, and studies reveal that many water systems may be too old to function properly. Chlorine, which has been linked to cancer, is dumped into the water supply, and you actually absorb more of it in a shower than from drinking. Now, HydroCare's revolutionary whole house water systems will give you healthy, clean, great-tasting water from every faucet. The compact units have multiple processes to remove iron, chlorine, pollutants, and smells. HydroCare gives you superior water for as low as $475. Just visit HydroCareUSA.com. We know you will love your HydroCare, so we'll allow you to try it now and pay later. Call 888-23-HYDRO. That's 888-23-HYDRO. Or visit HydroCareUSA.com for the water you've been thirsting for.
The revolution in clean water is here. HydroCare.
You hear that?
That's the sound of legendary Omaha steaks sizzling on the grill. World-famous Omaha steaks are the Father's Day gift dads dream about. All Omaha steaks are hand-carved from the finest grain-fed beef, which imparts superior marbling, tenderness, and flavor. Imagine thrilling Dad this Father's Day with a gift of fillets, strips, and top sirloins from Omaha Steaks. Call 855-60-STEAK and receive this exclusive offer of the Dad's Choice Combo, which includes 2 filet mignons, 2 boneless strips, and 2 top sirloins for just $39.99 plus shipping, a 69% savings. To receive this exclusive limited-time offer of 100% guaranteed Omaha Steaks delivered to Dad in time for Father's Day, call 855-60-STEAK, 855-60-STEAK, or go to omahasteaks.com/steak. That's omahasteaks.com/steak. Hurry, because the exclusive Omaha Steaks Dad's Choice Combo at 69% off won't last. Go to omahasteaks.com/steak.
You're an addict. Life is out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline now. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. Whether it's insurance, credit cards, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you end the addiction. The call is free. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Sam Roberts here on the Worst of the Week Countdown, highlighting the best moments from the Opie and Anthony show this week. Still to come is David Lee Roth and Dwight Gooden and Crispin Glover and more Jim Brewer and Kevin Smith. First, let's talk about Rob Delaney. This is a guy, his first appearance on the show this week. It was a big week of radio for Opie and Anthony. Rob Delaney's first time on the Opie and Anthony show. Nobody had heard of this guy. He was a nobody until this thing called Twitter popped up. This guy pumps out a couple of jokes that gets people laughing on this Twitter machine, and all of a sudden he's America's sweetheart. I don't know how it happened. Maybe Rob Delaney does, as he makes his debut on the Opie and Anthony show.
Number 6.
Rob Delaney coming into the studio.
Yeah.
The board game.
Yeah.
What? Is that what you're promoting besides the stand-up gig at Caroline's?
Yeah.
Good for you.
You know, and I know it's insane, but a few months ago, a board game company approached me, because I write a lot of jokes on Twitter, and I've written like 15,000 of them by now. And
you're great on Twitter.
Thank you very much.
It has to be said publicly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But
you're one of the good ones, man.
I have a sickness where if I'm not on stage, I have to be like jerking off onto my phone screen trying to make people laugh. And so or writing jokes on it. And the board game company approached me and said, hey, could we make a game out of your tweets? And I was like, I've never said yes faster, because if you think about, like, obviously we all love comedy, but like if you're like playing game night and stuff, like you can like throw up from laughing if you're playing like with your relative. I mean, you get in a fist fight, like it's such an awesome experience. So the idea that any of my jokes could be even peripherally involved with like something like that, I said I was so excited. Yeah.
What is I briefly took the board out before.
Mm-hmm. But you got to explain the board.
There was a picture of you in your Twitter photo.
Yeah. An upsetting
which is
image.
The green, the fucking awful green bathing suit.
Yeah.
Which highlights Rob's cock.
But you can tell that I'm circumcised, which is such a bummer. I have 2 sons, and we didn't circumcise them, and I see their cute little penises when I change their diapers, and I envy them.
I feel the same way, man.
Yeah, my parents cut off half my dick and threw it in the garbage. I want it back.
I'm kind of annoyed that I'm clipped.
Yeah, you'd probably be pissed then if you were. You know, because the foreskin's always greener. You're probably thinking like, if you weren't circumcised, you'd be like,
it's supposed to be better as long as you keep it clean and shit. It's supposed to be fucking better. Like, I hate the fact that the head of my cock is all exposed. I would love to have a nice sheath covering it.
Really? You're not going into battle with it.
No, I know, but you've seen the way I abuse it.
Then we could dock and everything.
It's very hard to dock.
So the reason I asked this, and I wanted to wait till you were here, is because I took it out. It's called War of Words.
Yep.
But there's these weird little...
Okay, those are the game pieces.
Oh, they are? Okay.
And since we're on radio, I'll say the game pieces, we've got a van that says SS Butt Toucher on it. We've got a nice wizard hat, a ham sandwich, a cup of coffee,
and an alarm clock that says it's 4:20 with a marijuana leaf and a big red circle with a slash around.
Now, do they consult you on this, or do they just make it?
Those were my choices, in fact, those game pieces. Yeah.
Oh.
So they said you leave it a part of it.
Yeah. So I was involved. Like, I would do test plays and stuff. I mean, all the jokes in it are mine, but the scaffolding or the skeleton of it was designed by people who actually know how to make games, not by an idiot like me. But yeah, basically, you just roll a dice, and depending on what you roll, it decides if you're going to like have to finish a joke of mine, if you're going to have to try to one-up it or tag it or whatever, and things like that. So, and there's a subjective element where the people watching or playing with you can be like, yeah, no, Rick's was better. Even if it wasn't, you can just be like, fuck you, I prefer Rick. So that's what the good stuff. So if you're playing with your mom or whatever, you know, she might wind up slapping you because you picked your Aunt Susie instead of her.
And
to me, that's a game. Yeah, and then you punch your mom. And any game where you're not punching your mom is a shitty game. That's why, like, have you ever heard of Candyland? You haven't, right? That's because you don't punch your mom when you play it. That's an old classic.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Shoots and ladders.
I love Shoots and Ladders. Oh, drat.
Poop Shoots and Ladders.
We got it.
Maybe.
Parcheesi. Who hasn't called their grandmother a cunt over a game of Parcheesi?
I wish I could say I hadn't.
So, okay, there's 3 different calls. Okay, so people will land on a joke and then have to finish it?
Yeah, and then the cool part is there's just a fat deck of my cards, which you could even just take into the toilet and read, you know, there's 3 jokes per page, and, or I guess card. A card is like a tiny page.
Yes, it is. That's, wow, that's a lot of jokes.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes in there.
Goddamn jokes.
Oh, man, fuck.
Yeah. A board game.
And very basic.
Bananas. Somebody sent me on Twitter, they were like, somebody was like, they were like, first of all, fuck you for making a board game. And I said, you're correct. Fuck me. Why did I do that? And then they said the only other comedian I could find who did that was Rodney Dangerfield. And so, you know, that'll work. That's
You're in
fine
good
with
company.
me. Yeah.
What was his board game?
Was it like,
I
don't get no respect?
Yeah, no respect.
Sure it's called Get No Respect.
Yeah.
By Milton Bradley.
Milton Bradley, play the Rodney Dangerfield game.
See if you can get respect from your boss.
Right, exactly.
I landed on Dr. Vinny Bombats.
I like the fact that your game doesn't have batteries or a pop-o-matic or anything. That's
it is
basic.
in that sense. And if you like Trivial Pursuit, you'll notice the box is kind of the same shape.
Yeah, a little square thing.
Big, thick square.
Yeah,
it's not your traditional Monopoly long box.
More cubal.
Has it sold?
You know, it has started to. It's exclusively through Amazon right now, and I'm told that what they do is they figure out all their weird algorithms and stuff, and then like a few weeks after it's out, which it just came out, then they'll start to sell it. So
you're plugging it on Twitter and
yeah. And frankly, I hope people buy it, but if they don't, I still got a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't like, oh, I hope I make money on a board game. I'm not a crazy person. I was just like, it's an honor to have it. I hope people play it. And people write me and say that they are playing it, so good. Great.
It is pretty cool to have a game, you know.
Yeah.
Like a name on it.
Are you the only one on Twitter that doesn't have haters?
Oh, I have so many haters. So many visceral. I mean, hatred that could power a city. It's amazing. Now, most people, and more than 50% of people are nice, kind, funny.
Exactly.
Like I'll do a joke and they'll write something back to me that's like 10 times funnier. So I feel good about humanity generally because of Twitter, but still because of the number of followers that I have, the number of people who hate me and want me to die are very high and big, and it's a robust organization.
Boy, and they just
wait. What is the problem they have?
Claw your eyes out.
But what is the problem they have with you? Why?
Oh, last night somebody wrote me. And they said, "What would you do if you were doing an open mic and every comic before you was a misogynist?" And I wrote back, I was like, "I would get up and I would take a deep breath for them on a stage and I would lacerate them in a fun and funny way, and because that'd be a shitty, boring show, you know." And then I just talked about how I think, like, you know. I think women are filthy and dynamic, just like men. And I think if something isn't funny, if it's funny to a group of men and it's not funny to a group of women, it's probably not as funny as it could be. It's like egalitarian. You want to be like Pryor or Carlin would be fucking outrageous, and women would be like, yeah. Yay!
Yeah.
And so I think, so I wrote that, and then people wrote me back and were like, fucking faggot, and I'd be like, they've gotta be kidding. And then I'd look and they totally weren't.
No,
and
they're not.
like, how dare you, and just ridiculous.
God.
So, but the thing is you can find, we live in an amazing world, and the internet allows you to connect to all these people. You can focus on the scumbags, of which there are myriad, or you can focus on the good people. I try to do that more, because, there will always be garbage people, but fuck them. They can choke to death.
I think it's a pretty accurate depiction of society.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at the numbers and think I bet there's that many scumbags per good person out there.
And how many followers you got now?
Like 850,000.
Heading toward a mill.
Wow. 859?
You're about to, yeah.
It's a funny account, too, man.
860.
It really is rare that I read Twitter and laugh out loud, but there's been a few things you've written that I was like, fucking... Like that I just laughed at, and I don't laugh out loud at tweets ever. But
thank
man.
you.
And your avatar is just famous now.
It's disgusting.
It's just famous. You can't change that one.
Well,
that damn avatar pops up everywhere.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of guys will write me and be like, "Hey, I want to follow you, but I ain't looking at that fucking picture." And I'll be like, "Then you'll never follow me." I mean, the more people hate it, the harder I affix it to my profile.
I never understood that too. I ain't fucking there'd be a funny video you want to put a link to from YouTube or something like that, and there might be something. Maybe a little homoerotic at the beginning of it, but the payoff is there. It's something, and it's like, dude, I made it through 2 seconds of that. I can watch that fucking homo shit.
Wow.
And you're like,
I don't have mirrors in my own bathroom. I don't want to see my own penis.
It's like you're missing out on something that has nothing to do with you being a faggot. Don't worry. Oh boy, don't worry.
Doesn't that seem exhausting?
It does
to
seem
live that
exhausting.
way.
Yeah.
I do it with black people though. So we all have our crosses to burn. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, brother. Really, really funny.
And Rob Delaney on Twitter, of course.
Yes.
Thanks, gentlemen.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hi, I'm SiriusXM's Pete Dominic, and while I love hosting mornings on the Indie Channel here, what I love most in life is being a dad. This Father's Day, give Dad the gift of SiriusXM. Our special Father's Day bundle offer includes the Edge radio with vehicle kit and portable speaker dock, so Dad can listen to SiriusXM in his car or even outside while grilling this summer. Plus, with the Edge radio, Dad will get over 20 extra SiriusXM channels. And if you order the bundle, you'll get free shipping. So just go to SiriusXM.com/dadsgift or call 855-802-7149. Subscriptions are sold separately.
This is an urgent message for all individuals with extremely large credit card debt. No matter how much you owe on your credit cards, the company that has settled more debt than anyone in the U.S. could settle your debt too, while you make one low monthly program payment. You have the opportunity to hear how low your monthly program payment could be for free. This free information is available now simply by calling Freedom Debt Relief at 1-800-509-2877. I repeat, if you have extremely large credit card debt, you now have the ability to reduce your total debt and get one simple low monthly program payment. This could allow you to resolve your debt faster than you ever thought possible. But you should act quickly. Call Freedom Debt Relief now to learn how much you could save. 1-800-509-2877. Again, this life-changing information is available for free. To find out how much you may be able to save, call today. 1-800-509-2877. That's 1-800-509-2877. 1-800-509-2877.
Have you ever wondered how you could make a difference in someone's life? What if you could help hundreds or even thousands of children? You might think it impossible, but it's within your reach. Right now, today, students in the U.S. rank 32nd in world math skills. It's time for our children to catch up. And you can help. Become an owner of one of the world's fastest growing franchises, Mathnasium. Mathnasium is the leading math-only learning center in the U.S. Its only purpose is to make our kids better at math. Imagine helping hundreds, even thousands of students in your community improve in school and raise their self-esteem, all while doing something you truly love. Call us at 800-600-9471 to learn more about Mathnasium's exciting franchise opportunities. That's 800-600-9471 to learn how you can make a difference. doing something you truly love. That's 800-600-9471. 800-600-9471.
Attention men. Every day after you turn 30, you start losing your testosterone, the hormone that makes us men. Without it, you lose muscle tone, sex drive, sleep, and energy. Now you can turn back the clock, stop testosterone loss, and safely increase your natural testosterone levels. Because we're going to give you a full-size supply of Eternal Male absolutely risk-free. Call now, 1-800-900-6595. Eternal Male is an all-natural breakthrough supplement that's proven to boost your testosterone to healthy levels, so you can be the man you used to be. It'll let you regain the strength, mood, endurance, sex drive, and power from your youth. You can even lower your cholesterol. Plus, clinical studies have shown that men who boost their testosterone experience amazing results losing belly fat. To get a full-size supply of Eternal Male absolutely risk-free while supplies last, call now. 1-800-900-6595. If lines are busy, keep trying. That's a 30-day risk-free trial at 1-800-900-6595.
Okay, Miss Smith, you're checked in for your flight. Let's talk bag fees. You can choose one carry-on plus one personal item, or one checked bag and two personal items, or one under-the-seat only carry-on personal item.
Some business travel options can be confusing and costly. But not Wingate by Wyndham. You get great options you want, like Wi-Fi, hot breakfast, and more at no extra cost. Book today at WingateHotels.com to get the guaranteed lowest rate. Visit WingateHotels.com for details.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Worst of the week countdown with me again, Sam Roberts. Who else would it be? You can hear me on Opie and Anthony and after Opie and Anthony live during the week. But right now, you can hear me counting down the best moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony show. We'll have some from Jim Brewer. Kevin Smith was in studio. Crispin Glover, of all people, was in studio. The legend, Diamond David Lee Roth, was in studio. We'll get to him in a little bit. But speaking of legends, Dwight Gooden, baseball legend, was in studio. He put out a tell-all book, kind of just explaining his life, all the trials and tribulations he's been through. Now, Diamond David Lee Roth was actually in studio when we talked to Dwight Gooden. So, this is a little out of order, but it's a countdown. It doesn't have to be chronological. It's the best. Dwight Gooden in studio with David Lee Roth. Let's see if David Lee Roth can get his shit in, too. Listen to it now.
Number 5.
The great Doc Gooden has just entered the studio. My God.
Dwight Gooden.
Wow.
Very cool.
We didn't know this was happening today. This is great. How are you, man?
Is there an occasion? What's the occasion?
That's a good question.
Is there a specific occasion? Is your book?
It's
brand new?
Yeah,
it's a memoir.
Definitely.
Yeah, memoirs, huh?
Yes,
That's of quite the career.
Are they good memories or bad memories, or are they saleable?
Oh, there's a little bit of everything in there. It's the good memories, the bad memories, the not so good memories. What was going on in my head during the times of the good memories and the bad memories.
Yeah.
You start the book with a chilling, it's like really sad and frustrating story about the World Series, the parade, and the when you missed that, it's fucking heartbreaking. Even though I knew how it ended, I kept hoping like just go. You're watching this frustrating, drug addicted.
Yeah, but nevertheless, somebody once said, if somebody made a movie of your life, would a lot of people go to see it? And it sounds like a lot of people would, and that's a success story.
That's that story that I'm still alive to tell the story is amazing.
Hello.
Right.
Which is Yiddish for yo. Come on.
Definitely, because like you mentioned, missing a parade that night was like supposed to be the happiest day of my baseball career. Turned out to be the saddest day of my baseball career. You end up in a project, you're doing drugs and drinking with strangers you don't even know, and you're watching the parade on TV.
That was me.
That was you. That was me. And the thing about it, you don't get to redo that.
Right. That's a one-off, man. If you miss it, that's a big one.
But talking about the people that you were getting high with, and how, you start off the night loving these people, and it's fun, and it's camaraderie, and then by the end of the night, you're just like, I want to just get the fuck out of here. The sun is coming. Like, knowing that you're about to miss it, and it happens anyway.
Oh, it's just the worst experience you can ever imagine in your life. Because, like you said, the idea was to go there, do a little bit, and get out of there and go finish, celebrate with my teammates. Obviously, I got there, and it never ends that way. Not for me anyway, with cocaine. Normally, when I go on bench with that, it's a 3-day thing, and that's just the way it is. And cocaine's a tricky drug.
Wow.
You know,
Oh, in my rock band, getting loaded wasn't like an episode thing. It was a seasonal thing. It's like first, okay, it's summertime. Let's get loaded.
right. Oh, yeah, it's definitely. It's Tuesday. Let's get loaded.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I mean all summer.
The whole summer.
All summer, I guess.
Were you a drug guy, David Lee Roth?
No, I'm a beer and pot
That's
guy.
what I thought.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm an outdoor kind of, I got lucky. My bad habits are more like 2 chicks in a toaster oven, but I don't wanna, that's, please continue.
Stayed away from the white stuff, huh?
How old? Oh, no, I did everything. I sampled everything. I tried everything, but I just snuck out from under it because I was going to also be a samurai warrior, and I had to be in the gym, but that's the only reason. I didn't have any self-control for about 20 years.
Were they piss testing back then in baseball? 'Cause it's amazing to me that you were able to do all that coke and still play and not get kicked out. Or
Well, it was a situation where normally they can't test you unless you've been through a program or you tested positive before or got in trouble or something like that. Up until the time where the Mets decided to test me in the spring training in 1987, I hadn't been in any trouble for it. There's a lot of there's a pattern there that could have led to that they could have saw what was going on. So actually, in spring training '87, it got to the point where obviously you missed the parade after the '86 season, get into a scuffle with the cops after the '86 season, you get to spring training, showing up late. They knew something went wrong, and one day they called me in and said, "We'd like to test you." Me not knowing the whole thing, all I knew is I enjoyed doing cocaine, not knowing how long it stayed in the system, not knowing that I had my rights that I could have refused to test. So I figured I hadn't done nothing in the day, go ahead and test me. And by doing that, it was a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, the test came back positive. At that point, they said, we need you to go to rehab and we'll continue to pay your salary. Or if you choose not to go to rehab, we're going to suspend you without pay. So even though I still was in denial, didn't think I had a problem, I decided I'll go to rehab, I'll count the days down, 30 days till I'm done, and I still get my pay. So obviously I went to the rehab to Smithers, which is a great program, but I didn't try to get anything out of it because I still think I had a problem.
Who even knew what rehab was in those days? That was something you sent Uncle Bob to when he was up to a court or whatever. People still thought cocaine wasn't addictive, that was rock star stuff to do, and you a lot of times you'd sign up to go into showbiz so you could do that. We decided we were going to break all the records, those included. We were going to make Elvis look like a beginner. I was going to make Keith Richards look like a freaking Boy Scout, So these days the perspective on it is very different. The reality entered into the picture, of course.
But it's totally different now, and obviously, like you said, you think it's not, addictive or whatever, and then plus the danger of it now, you don't know what's in the stuff you're taking.
Oh, man. Yeah.
What was the first sign? Because you said that you talked about when you missed the parade, but before that, the Mets there had been rumors about your drug use. And what was the first sign, or what first tipped them off to ugh?
Who are you looking at, Jim?
I think what tipped them off was, hanging out at different party spots in the city where, basically drugs are known to be at, and hanging out at those places. So obviously, Major League Baseball called myself in and questioned me as well as Darryl about, using drugs. And of course you deny it.
Sure.
No, it's not me. And of course Darryl said, no, it's Doc. But that happens. But, at that time, obviously I was using. And, at that point, I refused to be tested by Major League Baseball.
Where do you think this came from? Because, anybody looking in from the outside, you're at the top of your game. I mean, you're a star. World Series. I mean, where do you think that came from?
Well, I can tell you exactly where it came from. It came from all the pressure, all the expectations, not only from the media, but then the expectations I started putting on myself. For example, like 84, my rookie year when I came into the league at 19 years old, it really wasn't much expectations to after the All-Star break. Then expectations came, and then I have my career year in 1985. So 86, everything I did was compared to 85. For example,
86 was a good year.
Yeah, 86
that was a great year. It was 3 months shorter than most years because it was up all night, though.
Yes, yep, got you. So now, like if I won a game against, say, like Fernando Valenzuela or Hershiser, if I won 2-0. Complete game shutout, but I only had 4 strikeouts. The first question would be, what happened? You only had 4 strikeouts.
Oh, wow.
So the next start, I'm going out trying to get 10 strikeouts, trying to pitch a complete game, trying to pitch a shutout. And just all expectations, just trying to live up to that. And what I started doing was medicating myself, with drugs and alcohol.
So you listen to the critics. It's athletes I know get entertainers get the critics and stuff, and athletes get killed on the back page. That would affect you, what they were saying about you?
Oh, 100%. I think most players, maybe it's a 2% maybe don't affect, but myself, obviously, unfortunately, being a people pleaser as well, I pay attention to the papers, pay attention to what's being said, and anything you see, it affected me because now I got to go out, I got to do better, and it took away the fun of the game.
And you would, it was nice to read too. You talked about your father a lot, and what an influence he was, and you were the first boy in the family, so he became obsessed with just you and baseball. And you would call him after every game and kind of share that with him.
Yeah, definitely. My dad is the one that really taught me the game. I remember as a kid sitting there watching the games on TV with him. Back then, there wasn't all the baseball networks. You just got the game a week on Saturday. Then we'll have a game on the radio, whatever the team was, local, close by at that time, and watch the games. And he taught me the game. So once I made it, after every game, we had this deal where he had a big satellite dish back then. After the game was over, before I even talked to the media, I'll call my dad. We'll talk about baseball and go over the game, what I could have done differently. Even if I pitched a shot, he'll find something that could have been done differently, just to kind of keep me humble.
Would that bother you if he criticized it, or would you actually look for his advice and counsel on what you did wrong?
I always look for it. It didn't really bother me because what it's doing is trying to, even during the 85 season, he was just trying to give me something to work on between starts where you don't just settle for having a good game.
Did he know you were in trouble with drugs at that point?
What's funny is, like I talked about a lot in the book, where in '87 when I tested positive, I had to come home and tell my parents that, I got to go to rehab. My mom, she always knew something wasn't right. I think my dad kind of looked the other way a little bit, and plus my dad, he had his drinking problem as well. So when I told him, I failed the drug test, I go to rehab, my mom basically said, well, that's great, you can get the help you need, where my dad just kind of dropped his head and never said a word.
Well, he doesn't want the spotlight at that point in time. If he's got an issue, then, a little bit of your spotlight of that issue would get towards him. Yeah. I had too many temptations. It was started off as, Jesus, the longer I stay up, the more girls we can sleep with, and the more guys we can go jam blues with, and then we can just stay up all the way until we're into the next city. And we could do that for 3 days in a row. You follow? That's why we started drinking Jack Daniels.
But the press looks at a rock band and goes
differently.
Cool, that's cool.
Well, you're supported. You're
at a baseball player.
Yeah, it's completely different world.
And is like, what are you doing? Yeah, you're
I don't think he could have been swigging Jack Daniels.
Right.
Yeah. In my department, in my department, people get upset if you didn't party. Actually, I kind of like. I'm thinking about doing the marathon. They go, whoa, what happened to 5 in the morning, Dave?
The Mets PR
that has its own pressure on you as well.
The Mets PR wouldn't be thrilled. Doc fucked 2 girls. Get a picture out quick.
Oh, God.
It's rock stars and athletes, I think, have different expectations.
A little bit. Yeah, totally different game, but
you also told
definitely have a lot of respect for what you guys do.
Oh, God.
You told a great story, too, in the book about your dad being shot by or shot at by your mom. So you grew up in a very interesting house.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And as a kid, you know, unfortunately, and I'm sick it may sound, but just thought those were normal things that took place in every family.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of are. so depending on what point of the map you're pointing at, it's not so unusual. There are a lot of neighborhoods that is common life and so forth. You know, please.
Yeah. So when that happened, actually, my dad was having an affair, and a lot of times he'll tell my mom that I want to go get some cookies and juice or whatever, but what he would do is ask me, you want to go to the store, which any kid would say, yes, I want to go to the store. So I'll go to the store, we'll get the cookies and juice, and then we'll go to his girlfriend's house. Her oldest daughter would come outside in the car and kind of babysit me while he's in there taking care of his business, and somehow my mom found out what was going on, and this one particular day she followed him to the house, and when him and the woman was coming out, she actually, you know, shot at him and the woman. She actually hit him in the shoulder. And she always told me the story where she was upset that she didn't get the woman as well.
Wow. I
mean, my mom was the sweetest lady, but also she could be the toughest lady.
Oh, man, a woman scorned.
We got a question from the guy in the corner.
Hey, Doc.
Jay Moore.
I'm in harder. It's ironic to me, like, when you get high as an athlete, I don't think you guys are aware of the high you provide us on a daily basis. I was at your no-hitter at Yankee Stadium. It was just a Tuesday. That's all I remember. What most about your no-hitter, it was just a Tuesday. And that's a no-hitter. It's the craziest thing you could ever be a part of, because the Super Bowl, the World Series, the All-Star Game, you bring all your hype with you. A no-hitter, it's fucking Tuesday. And your friend goes, do you want to come? You're like, all right, you know what, I'll go. And then by the 7th inning, you can't breathe. And then you threw like 190 pitches in that game. You walked 8. It was the Mariners, and it was like Paul Sorrento, Jay Buhner.
Listen to that memory, huh?
Ken Griffey Jr. Like the last 5 guys you faced, it was like, oh my God! In the 7th inning, is he going to come out for the 8th? 8th inning, now he's got to come out for the 9th. That was probably athletic viewing. At second place being Larry Johnson hitting the 3 in the Garden against the Pacers. Your no-hitter was like, that was the biggest high for me in the world. So it's just ironic that so many athletes fall into the traps of drugs, but I guess that's what we're all doing. We're just chasing the dragon every time we go to the stadium.
At the end of a game like that, you feel as tired as the guy actually playing.
Yeah. Were you high on the air? On the mound?
No, I never used
before the game or during the game or anything.
That's self-control right there.
But it was already premeditated after the game.
What about Darryl? Did he use during the game?
After the game was I was going to use either to celebrate or I was going to use because I was pissed because I lost.
Right.
What was Darryl? I'm not sure what he did.
Is that the Breakfast of Champions that you're eating?
Yes. Thanks for pointing it out there, David Lee Roth. Trying to finally eat breakfast.
Hey, Doc,
multi-grain Cheerios if you need to know.
In the Bad Guys One, there's been a bunch of Mets books about that era, and it seemed like, and I'm not asking you to air your guy out or throw your guy under the bus under any situation.
But in case you do.
You can only speak for yourself, I know that. But it seemed like once the tests started coming back, there seemed to be this sort of like, oh, you got to talk to Darryl, or Darryl would say, oh, you got to talk to Doc. This sort of like running back and forth, like it wasn't me, it was him, it wasn't him, it was me. Was that the media making that up, or was it like, I'm going to get suspended, I better...
Well, no, not at all. For me, when anytime the rumors came around with me, they would ask me, or even after when I failed my test in '87, the Mets in Major League Baseball to know was, who was you using with? What's your teammates? You better tell us. If you don't tell us, this is what's going to happen. And I just said, well, and the truth was, I was basically used by myself. I mean, me and Darryl used together occasionally, like say in '86, but outside of 1 or 2 times, that was it. Obviously, he's been public with his troubles, I've been public with mine, but we never really parted together.
Are you sober now, or things good now?
Yeah, 2.5 years.
Yeah,
so everything's going well.
I like that. Let's do it.
Thank you.
I got 32 days
meeting
clean
right
and
now.
sober. Not in a row.
This is a start.
Of course, not in a row.
Since January. Since January.
That's got to be weird to be at a meeting and Doc Gooden sitting across from you sharing. I'm like, I had a rough day. My barbecue didn't fire up. And you're like, well, when I won my World Series ring. You're like, wait a minute. Is this the 3 o'clock Moore Park meeting? Where are we?
There is a 3 o'clock Moore Park meeting. Huh?
I know. Yeah. And a 1 o'clock.
It's amazing you say that, though. But, anytime I'm in the meetings, you know that obviously everybody's in there from different walks of life.
Yeah.
But we're all there for the same common goal.
That's right.
And that's the main, help each other stay clean and sober just for that day. And
yeah, it is.
Tomorrow do the same thing.
It is an amazing, we'll just say, a program that it really is when you walk in. Nobody gives a shit. We're all just trying to keep our lives together. It's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
What's good about the book, too, is, and listening to you talk, we were talking about when people write something in the book, Dave and I were talking about how they don't want to talk about it on the air, and you're brutally honest. It's great. Like, that really makes people want to read a book. Is like, you're not coming in going, well, I don't know, God. You're like, just fucking, this is everything that happened. Here it is. And that's what I wish everybody would do when they put out a book and they talk about their life. It's brutally honest.
Hey, if I don't see myself reflected in your eyes, I'm going to get out within 30 seconds of your story. You follow? And the stuff that attracts me most to people's stories and people's backgrounds are the flaws, the cracks in the woodwork, the fractures. Your favorite jeans are the ones that are most fucked up with the holes in the knees and the old boots that aren't polished. And that's the most interesting thing about each other as human beings.
As long as there's no hole in the back of the jeans. You know what that means.
But that you mentioned that, for me, what kept me sick for so long is like, your sick is your secrets. And for a long time, like you mentioned, I would tell half the story. I wasn't comfortable telling the whole story. It took a while for me to admit that I have a disease. It took a long time to admit that I'm an addict. I'm alcoholic. Those words, when I said it, I kind of stumbled over them because I was still in denial. And to me, it was like, that means you're weak. So I finally got to a point that, hey, I'm dying thinking I got this stuff under control. Because, I've been to prisons, I've been to jails, I've been to rehabs. So the only thing left for me is the cemetery if I choose to go back out there. So it was just a time in my life where I was just tired of living that lifestyle. And when you surrender, you have to surrender everything. Because I was trying to hold on to the lifestyle without the alcohol and drugs, but it doesn't work that way. So I had to come clean and just this is what happened. Like you say, this is not who I am today, but these are things that I went through, and I can go right back to that if I was to choose to pick up or take that one drink.
And how long were you in jail for? I mean, we all remember when you went, and it's weird to see such an iconic figure go. You're like, oh my fucking God, that is what happens. Like when you keep going.
Oh, it was a horrible time. I mean, I was in jail prison actually, for 10.5 months. It's tough to go to prison at any time in your life, but to go in at 40 for the first time was horrible, especially when you have little kids, and daughters especially, where if something happens, there's nothing you can do.
Wow, yeah.
You only get a 15-minute phone call per day, and if you miss that time, Big Bubba ain't gonna give up his time.
Right.
You're done. That's just the way it is.
How did they treat you in jail? I mean, was it because you are who you are? Was that good or bad?
It was a little bit of both. When I first got there, I think it was a situation where they wanted to see how you was going to come in, how you was going to be just based on the name. Right away, they made it known that in here, there's no names. So
Right.
You're a number, and you're no different than the other guy. You're going to pick up the trash. You're going to do it when I tell you. You're going to shower when I tell you. You're going to wear what we tell you to wear. You're going to clean up the yard when we tell you. You're going to eat when we tell you. And you're going to eat what we tell you. So it was a whole big adjustment. But I just came in, tried to be as humble as I can, and just kept my distance from everyone. And as the time went on, you start to kind of, I wouldn't say fit in is the right word, but you came to kind of adapt a little bit on certain days. But certain days you thought you was going to lose your mind.
Wow.
It's because you're coming from, I mean, for jail for anybody sucks, but coming from a place of being, like Jay said, the no-hitter, the World Series, all this great glory to come to this place, you got to wonder, like, what the fuck was I thinking? What happened?
Yeah, what happened? Exactly.
You're exactly right. And some days, to be honest with you guys, some days I will wake up and say, oh, this got to be a dream. I'm going to wake up in my bed. It's got to be a dream. And then some days you say, how am I going to make it? Not just, 10 months, but how am I going to make it to the next day? How am I going to make it, you carry your food, and sometimes you got some guys that if they want your food, they're going to take it. I mean, you got 10 guys, there's nothing you can do. I mean, there's a gentleman I saw, I didn't literally see him get raped, but you're like about 5 feet from the shower, and you hear him screaming for his life, what's going on. So you wanted to, am I next? You don't know. It's just a horrible way of living.
Did that guy look anything like me, the one who was being assaulted? I imagine I'd be quite popular in that setting.
I'm certain of it.
It's a horrible situation.
Doc, what was it?
I felt that way during accounting meetings, with my accountant, and when Warner Brothers signs a contract, I felt that way. I wasn't, please continue.
Two different worlds. That's great.
What was it in that time period? Every athlete just got arrested in Tampa. Like, Tampa was just where you went to get put in jail. Whether every single athlete, you just see him coming out of Tampa jail.
Well, that makes perfect sense because that's a port of entry, right? That Miami is where all the big
he says
partying
rape in the
starts.
shower. You say port of entry. I
don't think he wants to hear that.
I don't. This is freaking me out now.
Can
I'm
you
at Governor's in
look
Levittown tonight.
back on those great moments, obviously, as an athlete, and not and be able to put away the part that kind of taints that? Because it seems like it would be such a waste to have such a great career, great memories professionally, but it's always got that nagging drug problem hanging over him.
That's a great question because
I was going to ask it, but no, you weren't.
No, because what happened was so many times when I would relapse, so many times when I go on these binges, it was because I was guilty, depressed, and upset because I was thinking what my career should have been, what others thought my career should have been, more so than me thinking that. When you hear everybody say, oh, you should have been in the Hall of Fame, or you should have won 300 games, I used to beat myself up with that a lot of times and start believing that. Unfortunately, when I was in prison, the only good thing I can say came out of that was, even though I got in trouble in 2010 when I came out of prison in 2006, but when I was in prison, when you got nothing but time, nothing but time, and you're not going anywhere, I had a chance to relive my life, replay the whole tape, the good and bad, and everything that took place. And I came across a thing, and I said, you know what? When I was a kid, I remember telling my dad, who was watching the game, I said, my goal is I want to make the major leagues. I want to stay healthy and play a long time. I never thought about awards, never thought about the Hall of Fame, never thought of going about, winning 300 games, World Series. You don't think about that things. I got to win every award possibly for a pitcher. I got 3 World Series rings in New York. Through the no-hitter for the Yankees. So when I look back on it, I said, look, I can't beat myself up over this stuff anymore because others' expectations of me, because when I was 5 years old, nobody thought this guy's going to be a Hall of Fame pitcher. He's going to win 300 games. And I got to really live a career that most players would dream of living. So I had to eliminate that part because I found out also in rehab that by me beating myself over that, all I was doing was giving myself a reason to go back out and use. So I had to eliminate all that and like you say, start patting myself on the back for the career that I did.
Yeah, you could look at, I guess prison will give you a ton of put things in perspective.
What did you do? What did you use your time to do? Because we started off talking about chess briefly there, and I know a lot of the fellas who work at the chess clubs downtown. If you see a ton of forearm tattoos, watch out, because he's been playing chess constantly for his entire stay. Some guys read a lot. Some folks get into the Bible. What did you use your time doing in the joint?
Once I was there, and I kind of accepted that I'm going to be here for 10.5 months. I got in this thing where normally I would like, they had this the track. I used to walk the track a lot. I basically stayed to myself. I didn't play any softball, so occasionally I'll play.
Oh, they must have been pissed.
Yeah,
for softball.
That's the movie.
No, you know what happened? The thing was,
that had to cause problems. He's going to play against the guards, right?
You know what happened? I had this guy kind of tell me when I was in the county jail before I got sent off to prison, kind of pre-warn me. He goes, when you get to prison, stay by yourself, because when you get there, they have sports. They're going to already have you on a team.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're on that team, the other team's going to be pissed.
Right.
And if you're on that team, you're not doing well, your team's going to be pissed.
Oh, fuck.
And you don't want that.
And
so
it's probably going to go past just the team and the game. That's going to work its way into the actual life.
100%.
Yeah,
so when I got there, it's like, you're on our team. I was like, well, I can't play. My knee's bad. Which
good. Yeah.
So I didn't want to know part of it. So I played a lot of horseshoe. Love horseshoe, and basically just walk the track, and that was basically all I did.
Yeah, stay in shape.
More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
An entire channel.
We are gathered here today.
An entire channel.
When you're on fire, people will get out of your way.
An entire channel.
There's a lot of coal.
Dedicated to the comic genius.
Yeah, and it's deep too.
Sirius XM presents Richard Pryor Radio, an exclusive 3-day event featuring his best stand-up and 4 Richard Pryor concerts and albums all weekend.
I beg your pardon.
Richard Pryor Radio, all weekend long on Sirius XM 96, or listen on the Sirius XM app.
Comedy, MMA, psychedelia.
Fuck yeah. 100%. Guaranteed.
Are you experienced?
That's a mind fucking half right there.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
This week,
Comedian Tom Rhodes. When I turned 16, I threw one of the biggest parties, and this guy vomits.
So what'd you do?
Sprinkled some dog food on it and let the dog in there. No! Did you really? Here's a Joe Rogan Experience. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you might be kicking yourself in the head. I've never seen rates this low since I started Westland Financial over 10 years ago. But I can assure you this, that the rates will be going up soon. So don't delay. Let us lower your monthly payment, consolidate a first and second, pay off other debt, or drop you into a 15-year loan with no closing costs. That's right. Nothing's rolled into your loan. We'll pay for your appraisal, title, underwriting, settlement fee, everything. Do not miss out on this historic opportunity. Whether it's a purchase or refinance, you'll pay no closing costs. You won't spend a dime. Think about it. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how we can save you hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year. You can't afford to be giving money away, so call us at 888-945-4145. The only way you can lose money is not to call Westland Financial. We make loans you can live with for a long time. That's 888-945-4145. 888-945-4145.
Westland Financial, NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
Homeowners, are you struggling with your mortgage, behind on your payments, worried about foreclosure? We can help you avoid foreclosure with a loan modification program. We're loan mitigation experts and can work with your lender to stop foreclosure, reduce your payments, lower your interest rates, and perhaps even reduce your loan. We work with all lenders nationwide. With over 20 years of experience, we know what your lender needs to modify your loan. So give us a call and let's talk it over. It's time to make a fresh start and get back to a happy, comfortable life without worry. Don't let your lender take your home. Call us at 1-800-532-8099 right now and let one of our friendly counselors tell you how we can help you mitigate your mortgage and stop your lender from foreclosing. There's no pressure or obligation. So call now and let us tell you how we can give you the help you need to save your home. That's 1-800-532-8099. 1-800-532-8099. Call now.
Business owners, listen up.
Give me an L.
Give me another L.
Give me a C. What's that spell?
Incorporation, protection, success. Incorporate your business.
LLC.
If you're about to start a business, these 3 little letters can make the difference between making a fortune and losing everything. Because if you're not incorporated and someone sues your business, you can lose it all. Your home, your car, even your life savings. That's why LLC.com is now giving away a free incorporation guide to all business owners. So you can incorporate in just 10 minutes. Protect your home. Protect your car. Protect your life savings. Call 1-800-945-9958 for your free 10-minute incorporation guide from LLC.com. They don't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy.
Incorporation, protection, success. Incorporate your business.
Call now for your free guide. 1-800-945-9958. That's 1-800-945-9958.
Hey, Dad, did you hear what the Hopper from Dish? You can watch commercial-free TV. No more commercials.
That's the best news I've heard in a while, but it's not the newsiest news I've heard in a while. Try it again.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Instantly skip commercials. No more commercials.
Now that's news.
Instantly skip commercials. Only with the Hopper from Dish. Call Dish at 1-800-WATCH-TV today. Commercial skip feature only available for playback the next day of select primetime shows and must be enabled by customer. Monthly DVR and receiver fees and other restrictions apply. Call for details.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Here we go. The countdown continues. I'm Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony Show and After Opie and Anthony Live, highlighting all the great things that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. And what a week it was for radio. Crispin Glover, David Lee Roth, our buddy Kevin Smith came by. We'll get to those other guys in a little while, but Kevin Smith stopped by. He's a guy who's always got something to say. He's always got an opinion, and he's always interesting. He's funny, and he's fun to have around. And how cool is it? You know, you grow up watching Kevin Smith's movies, and now you realize that the radio show that you listen to, I work for, is a radio show that's friends with Kevin Smith. Pretty badass. Kevin Smith on the countdown.
4.
What about Star Trek? You see it yet?
I didn't see it yet.
Wow. And just liked it, right?
I liked it.
You weren't blown away by
Well,
it.
as a huge Star Trek fan, I kind of you notice things that are like, why did they do that? Wait a minute. They should have done that instead of that. You know, just the use of the transporter versus the shuttlecraft. It's kind of like, well, you know, just beam that shit. What are you doing?
And also we all, I don't know how anyone didn't know. The moment they announced, like, we've got a villain, and you've never heard of him before, you were like, okay, pretty spoilers. It's probably going to be
Khan.
Their variation of Khan, which it turned out to be.
Yeah. Man of Steel.
Have you seen the TV spots?
I saw all the trailers.
There's a TV spot that they came out with, I've been talking about for a little while now. About 2-3 weeks ago, the first TV spot I saw this shot in. And it's a shot of Superman. He's got Lois Lane in his arms, and we're over his back, and he's apparently rushing away from something exploding, some fucking danger. And he's holding her. So we're seeing the back of his head and the front of her face because she's looking back over his shoulders. And it might be her performance. It's got to be her performance, hands down. You know, the stuff that's in the frame around them and the lighting and all that. And, you know, obviously you get the impression like something horrible's happening and effects are at play. But it all comes down to her performance.
Wow, really?
That performance in that one moment, she's got these eyes on that's just like, holy fuck, the worst thing that has ever happened is like 5 feet from me. And somehow, unbelievably, this person is flying me, not running me, not driving me, flying me away from it. Such a great actress. She has everything play across her face and makes you go like, fuck you, take all my money. Like, that's the moment. If you're a comic book reader, that's what whenever you think about the rescue, which is a big part of comic book mythology, like somebody being there for you at that worst moment of your life and being there like to save you, man or woman, it doesn't matter. When you think about it, that's what you imagine, because what they're usually rescuing you from, you see Batman swing and catch somebody and whatnot, shit's exploding him around him, and you've never really seen it depicted in a movie. And just in that 2 seconds of the TV spot,
great.
I was hooked in a big way.
It looks amazing. Fucking, obviously, effect-wise, just when you look at the old 1970, what was it, 79?
78. 78. You will believe a man can fly.
Right. And at the time, that was amazing, because before that, all we had was the TV version.
George Reeves would jump and then lay down, and they'd blow windows.
It was all superimposed and everything. And that was like, oh, my God. Now, though, the great shots when he goes supersonic, and you just see that cone of fucking water, of vapor, you know, that vapor trail coming off of it.
And his cape,
so cool.
Apparently every shot of his cape is CG.
Wow, really?
So they didn't, because they were, I guess Zack Snyder was like, look, man, every
Can't
time.
make a cape do that.
Yeah, if you've got a
What are we
cape
doing?
laying on a guy who looks kind of dopey, no matter what they make it.
Yeah.
He's like, let's just do it CG. So every
Wow.
shot,
It's
all
rippling
flowing.
and
They brought
flowing.
it to life.
No kidding. When does the movie hit?
I think it's mid-June or something like that.
So we're almost
June.
there.
Yeah, it's not too far away. It's not this weekend. I think it's the weekend.
And that leads to how does the Man of Steel shave? That's what you're promoting
What a hell
today.
of a segue. Yes. How does he?
That's why we get the big bug.
HowDoesHeShave.com. That's where folks could go to right now. When we're talking about with the Man of Steel movie out, the trailer out, you see him with a beard at one point, and then you see him with no beard. So the good folks at Gillette came up with this thing of like, how does he shave?
Exactly.
So
They would be super whiskers.
Bingo. Now, it's
Yeah.
one of these things where a lot of people in comics or who read comics are like, you asshole, we all know how he fucking shaves. John Byrne told us in 1986. So, you go out there and you explain, look, this is for the mainstream people who
Right.
maybe don't understand.
Wait,
or
how was it
didn't read
explained
John
back in
Byrne.
1986?
In 1986.
And was that the year?
That was the year.
Oh,
the Man of Steel miniseries. John Byrne relaunches Superman.
Yeah.
Recreates him, takes Lex Luthor from a scientist in the purple jumpsuit to Donald Trump, essentially, a businessman who is like Metropolis's favorite son, who hates Superman, who shows up, this alien shows up, he becomes Metropolis's favorite son. This dude's like, I hate him for that reason alone. And so he starts trying to crush him on a corporate level, more so than like, I'm going to create a giant spider and come after you. So he reinvents, John Byrne reinvents Superman, and one of the things he does is answer like dopey questions that for years people who love comic books would ask. And one was like, how does he shave? How does Superman shave? And he said, John Byrne said he has a mirror that he uses his heat vision on. So he bounces his heat vision off the mirror to his face and then hits every strand and burns it off his face.
That's how he does it?
That's how, that is how he does it in the fictional world because the character's not real. But that is the answer that they gave us many years ago. And of course, comic book people, number one, you'll accept any sort of pseudoscience. But number two, John Byrne said it, so we were all like, great. Like
that's how he shaves.
Yeah, I mean,
so can I go online and just say that's how he shaves?
You can, but then people will say, well, we're looking beyond that. They wanted to disqualify that right away.
All right, so we're not doing that one.
So I start mine by talking about that theory and whatnot, and then go on like, but here's my alternative theory. So they got me. They got Bill Nye, the science guy.
Oh.
They got Mayim Bialik, the Blossom, who's on Big Bang Theory.
She's very
And then they got
smart.
the Mythbusters dudes.
Oh, very cool.
And so they asked all of us, how did you shave? We each got a theory, and then you're supposed to vote them up. I hope everyone votes mine up. Mine is actually the one that makes the most sense.
Does it? What is yours?
It's logical. My baby rocket theory, I said the rocket that brought him to Earth, every permutation of the story is in the rocket.
Yes.
Rocket comes from Krypton, strong enough, so just bang off a piece of that metal, and he can hammer it out, and that's what he would use to save. Some people talk about, like, well, in, what was that movie with Will Smith? Not Hitch, but the other superhero, Hancock.
Yeah, Hancock.
He shaved with a fingernail. But I'm like, that doesn't make sense, because I'm a human being, and I can't shave with a fingernail.
Right,
Like,
so-
basically, you take a power and augment it. You can't magically give somebody the ability to do something that even with, like...
Relative to his strength
I know,
and
and
stuff, his
you
whiskers
get,
would
you
be.
get tied up in this, like, that's not true. And people are
Right.
like, the whole fucking thing's not true. With it.
Yeah, the whole flying thing would get me before how does he shave?
Exactly. A lot of people have a little problem
I like
with that.
I like your idea there. That
I'm telling
is
you, that
a
makes
logical
no
one.
sense. I listened to the rest, right?
What
And
does Bill
sat
Nye
down-
say?
Bill Nye is, he goes, look, in order to shave something down, you could grind it down. You just need something that's equally as powerful that would grind it down. So if you've got a stone, you need another stone to grind it down. If you grind it across each other really hard. But his theory doesn't say what that other element is.
Right.
It's like we just have to find an element as strong as Superman's beard.
That's got to be very strong.
All right, he loses.
Yeah, I say that's
You're in the
done.
lead. Kevin Smith's
Mayim's
in the lead.
begins with like, she begins with a lie. She goes, they're doing research in the field of Kryptonian DNA and genetics.
No.
So that's horseshit. Like
She's
nobody's
bullshitting
doing
right off
that
the
anywhere.
get-go. Yeah.
So hers is all about like, since they're doing this, they're going to come up with a cream that you could rub in his face, and it's just got low density kryptonite levels that make it
at all.
Again, it's made up.
Right,
So
it's
that
made
one
up.
I discount. And then the Mythbusters, they went through a few. One was black hole theory, which was like, he just stands close to a black hole and lets it suck his whiskers
Suck the
out.
whiskers
Wouldn't
out.
that take his eyeballs and everything else down, too?
When his wiener.
And his wiener.
Right.
His pubes.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
crazy.
Honestly, my theory is the only one that's
Yours makes perfect sense.
scientifically sound. Go to howdoesshave.com, vote me up. And I don't win anything for it. Just the moral right over Blossom and the Mythbusters and Bill Nye.
And it really would be terrible if you didn't win this, because you really are the expert as far as
You pointed
that
out
goes.
the pink elephant in the room.
Yeah, come on.
That's true. If I don't win this, what have I been doing for the last 20
Yeah,
years?
you know
Right,
your
right.
shit.
This is all I do.
You know,
is talk
Blossom-
about other people's movies. Yeah.
No one's going to
Blossom's
go,
been
hey,
learning
Blossom,
shit.
you didn't know.
She's a neuroscientist.
I know,
man.
yeah.
She's got degrees. Man.
Crazy.
Listen, we got to take a break. Are you sticking around today?
Yeah, if you like me
Oh,
to.
good. Kevin Smith is here today. Very good. Last time was quick.
It was in and out, man.
How did the cartoon go?
It was lovely. We had such a good time. Nice crowd. That was a great theater. It was a
Awesome.
fun night. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's
All right.
true. We're still out there and with Jay and Silent Bob's super groovy cartoon movie.
You are.
Yeah,
You're still touring with that.
We do. We come home and then we go back out. This weekend we go to like Pittsburgh and Columbus and stuff like that.
Sweet, man. That Kevin Smith on Twitter. What else? Howdoessheshave.com.
Go to howdoessheshave.com,
Okay.
man, and vote my ass up.
All right, we'll continue with Kevin Smith.
The worst is yet to come. More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
Sirius XM's Comedy Central Radio presents This Is Not Happening, taking comedians off stage to hear funny stories and amazing tales from their lives.
For this subject, it is one crazy night in which all the comics tell a story about something crazy that happened one night.
The paramedic wanted to tell me the worst news in the least amount of words. What's happening? You just had a seizure. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have another.
This Is Not Happening, hosted by Ari Shafir, exclusively on Comedy Central Radio, Sirius XM 95. Tuesdays at 6:30 East and West, or listen on the Sirius XM app.
Are you living with pain? I was after a nasty fall. I'm Barry Yarkoni, president of Venomus, makers of the finest all-natural health supplements. Over-the-counter painkillers had me very worried about side effects. My search for a safe, natural alternative resulted in Vinoprin, an amazingly effective, long-lasting pain reliever derived from hops, the same plant used to flavor beer. It's backed by 15 years of research and safety testing and contains no harmful chemicals. Please try it risk-free by calling 800-900-1221. You've got nothing to lose except your pain, guaranteed. If you suffer from joint pain, muscle aches, or backaches, and don't feel a whole lot better in 1 hour, send it back and we'll refund every penny, even the shipping. Lose your pain, not your health. Call 800-900-1221 and ask about our free trial offers. That's 800-900-1221. Or visit Vinoprin.com. Vinoprin.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state. Why spend more than you have to on your life insurance? Our free service can save you a fortune on your life insurance in just one short phone call. I'm Byron Udell, founder of AccuQuote. At AccuQuote, we monitor hundreds of top-rated life insurance products to find you the lowest prices. For example, a healthy 40-year-old can protect his family with $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $21 a month. Rates for women are even lower. We even have term life policies that guarantee your money back even if you don't die. AccuQuote makes it easy to find the best values. Just call 800-913-2141. Since 1986, we've helped hundreds of thousands of people save a fortune on their life insurance. How much can you save? Just call AccuQuote at 800-913-2141. Call now for your free quote. 800-913-2141. That's 800-913-2141.
Attention business owners. Are your receivables now going out 45, 60, and even 90 days before you get paid? And to make matters worse, your bank is canceling or limiting the line of credit you use to finance your receivables? Hi, I'm Kevin Goen, president of AmeriFactors. At AmeriFactors, we can finance your receivables to match the needs of your business. We guarantee your customers' payments to you. If your customers can't and won't pay, we eat the credit loss. For over 22 years, AmeriFactors has been funding and helping businesses grow nationwide. AmeriFactors can fund your application within 24 hours. So if you're tired of getting questions and not answers from your bank about funding your business and want to keep your business running smoothly and growing, call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-3863. AmeriFactors, 800-884-3863. Or AmeriFactors.com and fill out your application today for approval tomorrow.
As a small business, your only option to sounding professional used to be buying and installing an expensive phone system. But today, you can sound like a Fortune 500 company using just your cell phone with Grasshopper. Simply choose a toll-free number, record your main greeting, and add extensions for everyone on your team. Get calls forwarded to your cell phone, voicemails emailed to you, and so much more. Sign up at grasshopper.com. Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Worst of the Week countdown continues, highlighting all the great moments on the Opie and Anthony show. You know who I am, Sam Roberts, from that show. And after Opie and Anthony Live, we'll get to Diamond David Lee Roth. We're going to get to Jim Brewer. First, right now, I want to get to Crispin Glover. Crispin Glover came by this week, and we didn't quite know what to expect. We didn't know if he was going to be nuts. We didn't know if he was going to be standoffish. We didn't know if he was going to be passive-aggressive. We didn't know if he was going to be aggressive-aggressive. But we wanted to have him in studio. We wanted to get to know him. We wanted to talk to him about Back to the Future. Let's not forget, he played George McFly. Now, who knew how he would respond to Back to the Future questions? But we were going to ask him. And did he respond? Oh, boy, did he. Crispin Glover, proving that he is indeed the man on the Opie and Anthony show.
You know, it was actually very informative to me in some of the things that I'm talking about in terms of propaganda. I know it's a very beloved film, but I was only in the first film. There was they had taken the molds of my face from the old age makeup from the original film and put another actor into prosthetics that were made from my face. And then interspliced a very small amount of footage of me from the original film in order to fool audiences into believing that I was in the movie. Because of my lawsuit, there are rules in the Screen Actors Guild that make it so producers can never do something like that again. I'm proud of the lawsuit, but the reason I bring it up is because the reason that I didn't end up being in the film, it's more complex than this, but I was asking questions that the producer's director didn't like.
Right.
I actually did work again with Robert Zemeckis, strangely enough, when I did Beowulf, and had a very good working relationship with him. But there was a different end in the original draft that I read for the screenplay. When I auditioned for the part, I was only given what are called sides, the scene. Yep. So I got the part. I was 20 years old. I got the role. My agent told me I'd gotten this part, and I didn't really know everything about it, and I said, well, maybe I only knew that there was this other part that I was the scene I was doing the scene with. I said, well, should I go in for this other part? That seems like that could be a good part. He said, no, you don't understand. This is a really interesting role. You're going to be playing the older versions of this character in a different time period. And I thought, wow, I said, that's fantastic. Mm-hmm. I said, yeah, great. Let's close the deal. You know, it's this big Universal Studios produced by Steven Spielberg and directed by Robert Zemeckis. So great. So, but, you know, I was a serious actor as well. So when I started actually analyzing the screenplay, once we were involved in the project, I had questions about things. And there was a different end. I won't go into so many details about it, but I had questions about it, and it did get changed. And I think there are other people that had questions because there are things in it that could, particularly in this day, be thought of as, well, offensive. And those changes happened. It had to do with money and what people were doing, the characters were doing with money. But I didn't stop with it. I said to Robert Zemeckis, I thought it was not a good idea for our characters to have a monetary reward, because it basically makes the moral of the film be that money equals happiness. And you know, by having there were various things that were doing it, but by having the son character cheer by having a truck in the garage, what I was arguing for was that the characters should be in love, and that the love should be the reward. By having any kind of monetary element as a reward, it makes it into a reward. I still feel the same way. I would like the film a lot better if there was no monetary, there could be signs of maybe monetary change would happen, but it was more important that the characters were in love. I would feel much better about the film, but by having those monetary rewards in it, it was a propaganda. And Zemeckis got really mad at me when I said this, and
he yelled at you.
He yelled. Yeah, he was,
it's kind of odd discussing a film that old at this point, but didn't you see at the end the characters, they were more in love? I think especially your character and the wife, they did seem to be.
But my argument is that part was good. I was all for it, but I think it pollutes it.
Do you think the money could have been a peripheral effect of the happiness that they had? I
think it's a bad message.
Really?
I do. I think because that's propaganda. That says to people, go out and borrow money for banks. This is a big part of why the film was successful, because the corporations knew that it had that moral element in it. Mm-hmm. Maybe. I would also argue, that's only because they knew that was in there, therefore they can feel comfortable in funding it and putting a lot of money into distributing it. Maybe if that wasn't in there, Zemeckis and Bob Gale would have not have been able to sell it as readily. I don't know. But what I would still argue is that if that wasn't in there, and the only part that was in there was that they were in love, and that film still did get distributed as highly as it had, and have as much money behind it, I still think the film would be loved, and it would be, personally, I think it would have a better moral.
Why do you feel, since the character in there wasn't Crispin Glover, it was George McFly, do you feel you have to inject part of your
I was 20 years old.
Okay.
I was a young. I was a young. I was a young idealist. I wouldn't do that now. I wouldn't do that.
You
now.
wouldn't.
Well, at that time, I didn't even know. It was like I'd been in a few films, but not that many films. And I'd been in acting class where we did improvisations. I came up with scenes and thoughts. So I thought it was okay to be asking questions like that. Right. Now I understand very specifically that, there's a lot of money and people have gone through a certain amount of troubles. And Zemeckis, I'm sure,
this kid's asking us goddamn questions. We're losing money here by the day.
Right. Well, to be fair, I wasn't stopping production. Sure, we were having a discussion during the time, but it's still. I wouldn't do that now. I fund my films with working in corporate movies. I wouldn't. I know how things work at this point. Why I was bring it up was because it was informative to my thought process as to how propaganda does work, because I had this very early experience, and I was, it caused me to not be in the sequels on some level. I'm sure it's complicated, but and then there was a lawsuit. It was very specifically not a legal thing. I mean, you can just say it's not a nice thing, but it was not a legal thing to do either. So this informed me that if you question propaganda, it has serious consequences.
Can I ask you, when you mentioned Robert Zemeckis, when you talked to Zemeckis about what you thought that should have happened, how long into your explanation did you realize he was not happy? Did he hear you out, or did he interrupt you and go, look?
Well, it's a long time ago now. I remember one conversation very specifically, but what I am forgetting is that there might have been two parts to the conversation, because there was some part that I'm not going into the detail about that was changed. And it might be that then I continued on because they changed one thing, and I said, but there's still this monetary aspect. And so he probably was not happy about it. They'd already done a change, and I think, but I'm forgetting now. It was that part was a while back. But it's also, there's also a part when you're working on a film that on some level, it doesn't happen every day, but you do become passionate about things that you want to get done. It's normal for actors and directors, not all the time, but it's relatively normal to say, look, this is really important. You speak it out passionately, they speak it out passionately, and then you say, okay, that's fine. Then you shake hands and go. But you can have passionate conversations, and it doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to turn into some terrible thing years later. But I mean, and my experience in the business has been good. That would be the one real exception. That wasn't good. That was not a pleasant thing to have happen, because people still believe that was me. And the reason I had the lawsuit, it was the real reason, the primary reason that I had it was I just wanted people to know that I wasn't in that. That wasn't you, me, because I didn't. If I had played that part, I would have played it differently. Right. I didn't like the way that guy played it, and people think that's me. I didn't either. Well, I mean, you know, I mean, it still gets to me that there's that confusion, and what way is there to let it be known other than do that? So even still, that's why whenever the issue, anything about that's brought up now, I do talk about it. I'm talking about it more also because there's one fella, he might have even been on your show, I'm not sure, Bob Gale.
Yeah, Bob Gale was on.
Yeah, I think I listened to it. And on your show, he lied. He lied about some. Yeah, and you guys automatically believed what he said.
Oh, man, reconcile it, please.
Well, what he said was that I had... let me just be specific and let me think. He said that I had asked for the same amount of money that Michael J. Fox was getting in the film. It's total fabrication. The reason that he's doing this is because he wants to throw the track off of the conversation of that what they had done was illegal. So he's trying to justify as to why it was good for them to do this illegal thing. And so then people automatically believe, I remember what he said specifically was that then I had called back after the thing was in production saying, I want to do it or something. Oh, right. And somebody corroborated and went, oops, or something like that. It was like, I didn't do that. I actually did work on a different film at the time, a John Borman film. But what happened in the negotiation was I actually wanted to be in the film, but the offer was less than half of what Leah Thompson and Tom Wilson, who had similar sized roles. Sure, yeah. And it wasn't fair. My agents didn't think it was fair. And it was a sequel. I got paid the same amount or more than what I was being offered for Back to the Future to do this other film. So it was just like a monetary, and of course this was a gigantically well-grossing film. Huge, but it's also why did they do that? It's because I read a great book I recommend anybody read called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. I only read it like in the 2000s. I wish I'd read it when I was like a teenager. But one of the things that he really illustrates well is don't prove people wrong. And that's essentially what I was doing when I was having that argument with Zemeckis about that there was a moral issue here. I was just thinking I was being like this, it was a good moral of what I was arguing for, and I thought they'd see my point, But I realized on some level that I was, and especially with a lawsuit, I proved people wrong. When you do something like that, then they come on the Opie and Anthony show and make lines up about you.
And make up things. Oh, my God.
Well, we just assumed he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Which I think a lot of people do.
I thought he was lying, but you guys were like, no, it sounds truthful to me. I'm like, all right.
Shut it, Jim. Never said that.
I didn't lie for a second, though. These guys are very gullible.
What do you think of Steven Spielberg?
Well, first off, Robert Zemeckis, I think, can make interesting films. The second film that I did with him, Beowulf, which was written by Neil Gaiman and Roger Avary, I thought had very good moral elements in it. It was about lies, which I have a lot of interest in, and they did something very interesting with that film. I think Zemeckis can get into a dark comedic territory that's very interesting. I liked what Death Becomes Her, and he can be interesting. I tend toward feeling like Steven Spielberg really does work very much in propaganda, and it's very well hidden. Like I was saying a little bit about kind of war. If you analyze Steven Spielberg's films about war, they're essentially pro-war films. And I don't think that's good at this point in time to do. You look at a great war film like All Quiet's on the Western Front, or Paths of Glory by Kubrick, or Full Metal Jacket by Kubrick. They all are it's obviously not proper, happy ideas about war. These are highly questioning. War is not, there's no question, war is a horrible thing. And you look at something like Saving Private Ryan, which is a very well-liked film, but essentially it's arguing that there's such a thing as a moral war or a good war. And maybe you can make that argument. I just think it's a bad argument to make, especially at this point in time. I don't think I wouldn't want to do that. I don't understand why somebody in a power situation like that is making films that are saying it's good to be going to war. Why do that? Why?
Right.
I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of people,
and
veterans and things that. My father's a veteran. My father was in the Korean War, but it was like he explained very clearly to me when the Vietnam War was going on. I was a kid. I saw those awful images. My father said to me, war was horrible. It's like he didn't have any like glory stories about being in the war, and he was in bad situations. So, maybe I'm a bleeding heart pacifist, but I just think it's not good to be making pro-war films. So I question.
And Spielberg is a powerful man that doesn't need the money. So I think your point is he could take all that power and do a more positive message.
People could argue that Private Ryan, though, was it did show a lot of the horrors of war.
Yeah, but still when you analyze it, somehow there's a positive element about aspects of the war, and I don't think it's a good message to put out. Which is a similar argument with Back to the Future.
Sure, yeah.
There are interesting elements in Back to the Future. The structure is excellent. It's part of why I had strong arguments, because I could see what that moral element was, and I knew it would have effect within the culture, or I felt it would.
Yeah.
And so when you analyze those things, it's like you've got a lot of money, you've got a lot of power. Do something that's going to genuinely affect the culture at large in a very positive way. And I suppose, I'm sure, I would assume Steven Spielberg feels like he was doing something positive. I would argue that it would be much more positive if there was a clear anti-war message.
You ever think, though, sometimes that there are, there's filet mignon, and then there's a steak-em from your freezer. Like, some things are just made to be
you can argue
consumed,
but
consumed.
I think
really tasting it.
I can't help but be analytical. It's just my nature.
Yeah, obviously.
And when you look overall at our culture, it's easy to study something like Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany and condemn those things, rightfully so. But terrible things went on in those cultures with propaganda. But it's more difficult for our culture to analyze our own propaganda, especially in the media. But I think it's important to do it, and because I think our culture's media is much more well-oiled than even Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany, because people don't notice it. And so things like saying, well, it's just, this is a fun movie or all that. I enjoy movies that I'm sure would be strong propaganda as well. Just because something's propaganda doesn't mean it's not a good movie. But I think it's really important to have the discussion so that people are aware of this. And I don't really see the discussion happening in our specifically about film, which is what I'm most passionate about.
Yeah.
It happens in other areas a little bit about politics and things like that, but again, as this young idealist, when I was 16, I wanted to be a part of this industry that was questioning things. I'd like it to come back.
Now, do you think there's a director out there kind of in the mainstream that's doing it right?
I think there are a lot of directors that are passionate and want to do it. And
any films that were pretty popular that you're like, yes, they're doing it right. That's a positive message for our culture.
Maybe maybe I hesitate to point to things, but there are I can tell there's some directors working in the corporate industry that are striving really hard, and every once in a while there is a film that'll come out and that asks questions for real and is artful, and anytime a director has stuck with it and done it, I stand up and applaud. I mean,
don't want to mention one though?
Amazing feat.
Do you want to mention one? Offhand?
Well, the ones I more think of are not big popular films. I very much like Gaspar Noé's Enter the Void, but that's not, a big, huge popular film. I thought that was a really well-made film. I see things that happen in the corporate films that there are some very good directors that I'd love to work with, but it's I get nervous about getting into putting examples, because then people can easily say, well, this film did this and this, and I might agree with them. So because I can see that even when somebody's really striving hard, maybe there are reasons why it didn't go as hard as it could have gone.
Understand?
But I mean, again, I'm so glad to be a part of the industry, and I want to work with people. I don't want to be. It's difficult for me to talk like this, because I feel like so many people are friends with Spielberg or Zemeckis, and they think I'll never work with this guy. He's a jerk. I'm sure
nobody in this room is friends with those guys. Believe me.
Well, but like Bob Gale was on the show, so it's like it does happen, and I.
You set the record straight today. I'm glad.
No,
I'm glad. And we apologize for that.
No, it's not your fault.
We didn't have your phone number.
It's not. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't people think something's true? But the reason I point to it specifically is he was involved in something that, I've seen, even when I use the word illegal, that people go, oh, drama queen. But very specifically, I saw somebody write those words.
I have them tattooed over my ass.
But very specifically, it was illegal, and so and he was a prime architect of that illegal activity. So there's a motive to make something seem, like it was justified to do this, and that's why he's saying these things.
Should have just looked at him and just said, "Now don't con me, Bob."
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy. He's said a lot of things. It's not just that. There are negative things that have been said to me, and then about me on the Blu-rays that are not true. And
a commentary, really?
Yeah. He said things that are like. I haven't listened to it all in completion myself, but I've had people come up and say, "Did this, and this?" I said, "Where did you hear that?" And they said, "On the commentary on the Blu-ray for Back to the Future." And it's always from him. It's not from Robert Zemeckis. It's not. I mean, Steven Spielberg doesn't comment at all.
No.
but anything. Bob Gale still is. That's his main career at this point as well. He doesn't really write films anymore. He's not involved in the industry other than having to do with things having to do with Back to the Future. So I think the fact that there was this lawsuit, and he has a lot of focus specifically on that film series. He has a lot going on in his mind about it, specifically that there was an illegal action, and it's in the public record, so he has to justify it.
It is just an odd thing that the movie did become so beloved in American.
Well, and part of it is part of it is that there are good structural elements, there are interesting things in it, and unfortunately, that element. There are other movies that in the history of U.S. filmmaking that do similar elements with their structure, where it seems as though it's about love, but there's a monetary reward, and they're very popular films.
I think a lot of people see it though as, boy, who wouldn't want to go back in time and change things
really
for the better when you then come back and you're like, wow, I fixed it.
That part's great. Part that's a big part of why it's and that's what's also was my argument about it. It's like, all of this stuff is great. Why do you need to put this monetary reward in it? It would make it such a more pure message of love instead of dirtying it up with a messy element.
You'd have rather seen a '67 Falcon in that garage.
I would have rather not. That didn't happen. I would have just rather that there was, and the scene was also reshot. There was a different actor playing the part originally. Eric Stoltz originally played the part, and then Michael J. Fox replaced him. We had already shot the sequence that I'm talking about, the alternate future, and I had played it slightly differently. And then they fired back to Eric Stoltz, and I thought I was going to get fired as well. But Robert Zemeckis made it very clear that he wanted me to play it quite relatively different than I had played it originally. And at the point that we shot the alternate future the second time, when we shot that scene, I would call it acting from the spinal cord. I was afraid. I was genuinely afraid.
Really?
Oh yeah, I thought I was going to get fired if I didn't do exactly what they said. I didn't want. I was 20. I didn't want to get fired. I wasn't looking for controversy. I wanted to do a good job.
How would you have liked to have seen that ending play out? If you had say,
the only thing was that I didn't think that there should have been monetary the kind of clothes we were wearing.
That's what I was getting into. So when they walk in, they've been playing tennis, and they have nice clothes on. Yeah. Like all that was.
I thought it all pointed toward this idea that happiness was about wealth. It made me really uncomfortable. What I was wearing, holding a tennis racket, I did it because I thought I was going to get fired. But I vocalized that I didn't think this was a good idea. And I think there's even might be some commentary on the Blu-ray about where they said, "Oh, Crispin didn't like his clothes." I didn't care about the clothes. It was like I cared about the message, and so that was a very specific message. I didn't write. I wouldn't do it now.
Obviously,
I wouldn't make that complaint now. I would have looked at the whole screenplay. I would have analyzed what was going on. I would have known, okay, there's this element of propaganda, and maybe I'll say something, and if they don't want to do it, fine. But I was 20 years old is really quite young.
I hear you. Just don't understand how compelling this is for me to ask you this.
Sure, I'm glad to talk about it.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I think the happiness and how do you show success? He went from being, the goofy kind of loser guy to being very successful because of what happened in that moment.
Well, how
do you show the success part?
There's a million ways you can do it. But we're not. It could take days to really sit and figure out exactly what it is. It's not something that I'm prepared to say exactly what the illustration of it would be. I'm sure there would be a cinematic illustration of love and success that would work, and I don't have that answer at this moment.
And was it odd that Biff would be around the house at all, seeing what he did?
Well, see, that's part of what the change was from what I originally read in the screenplay. There were different people. It wasn't Biff that was the servant to the family, and I had questions about it, and it did get.
Did they have slaves or something?
I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but
that's the first thing I thought of when you said that.
I know. Well, I don't want to go into a lot. I am actually in the. I'll write it down in a book at some point.
I'd love to read it, Crispin.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie Anthony channel.
Hi, I'm SiriusXM's Pete Dominic, and while I love hosting mornings on the Indie Channel here, what I love most in life is being a dad. This Father's Day, give Dad the gift of SiriusXM. Our special Father's Day bundle offer includes the Edge radio with vehicle kit and portable speaker dock, so Dad can listen to SiriusXM in his car or even outside while grilling this summer. Plus, with the Edge radio, Dad will get over 20 extra SiriusXM channels. And if you order the bundle, you'll get free shipping. So just go to SiriusXM.com/dadsgift or call 855-802-7149. Subscriptions are sold separately.
Hey, this is Robert Kelly, and I'm promoting Friends of the Show. What is it?
Friends of the Show.
Ugh, I'm not a friend of anybody here. But anyways, let's lie to the people and tell them what they want to hear. So I'm doing Friends of the Show, and this weekend it's all about me. Robert Kelly's You Know What, Dude? Podcast.
You've heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show. Now, hear them do their own thing. This week, Bob Kelly's You Know What, Dude? Friends of the Show. Starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the Opie and Anthony Channel.
Here's Steve Deeds of Morgan Gold.
If you've got money in an IRA or 401k, this is your wake-up call. While you were sleeping, Washington has been printing money day and night, so your savings are losing value. Protect your retirement by adding physical gold to your IRA or 401k. Not gold stocks or gold futures. Physical gold you can hold in your hand. Now more than ever, physical gold is portfolio protection.
Morgan Gold's team of experts ensures a hassle-free experience by taking care of all the rollover details for you. With an A rating by the Better Business Bureau and the leadership of the most recognized names in the gold industry, the choice is clear. Morgan Gold's team of experts includes Ed Moy, who was the last director of the U.S. Mint and is the current go-to gold expert for all the major news organizations.
Protect your retirement the way I did, by adding gold to your IRA or 401k.
For your free IRA analysis and investor's guide, call 800-255-7400. That's 800-255-7400 or visit morgangold.com.
Steve's Blinds and Wallpaper, we've got it all.
Hi, Steve Katzman here, owner of Steve's Blinds and Wallpaper. My family's been making shopping for blinds fast and easy for over 60 years. Buy Levelor Blinds and Shades direct from stevesblinds.com and save up to 85% off. And now, for a limited time, receive a free cordless upgrade with all qualifying Levelor blinds. That's up to $100 savings per blind. Most orders ship within 72 hours and include free shipping right to your door. See our complete selection of Levelor Blinds and Shades by visiting stevesblinds.com. At stevesblinds.com, we have it all.
All the looks and all the styles for your windows and your walls. Steve's Blinds and Wallpaper, we've got it all.
For free Levelor blind samples or an instant price quote, visit stevesblinds.com or call 800-653-0249. That's 800-653-0249.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and have type 2 diabetes, $500,000 of term insurance should only cost about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-816-8031. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. If you want affordable term life for you, call Big Lou at 800-816-8031. Lou is one of you and will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call Term Provider at 800-816-8031. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and save on term life. Call 800-816-8031.
Trying to sell your old car? Instead, donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind. Pickup is free, and your donation is tax deductible. Call 1-800-574-2861. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats, whether they run or not. Donate your vehicle and you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call 1-800-574-2861. That's 1-800-574-2861.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Worst of the week countdown, highlighting the best moments on the Opie and Anthony show from this week. I know that sounds like it should be the worst moments, but there are so many of those we couldn't put together a countdown. It would have taken all weekend. So we just figured we'd do the best ones because there's much, much fewer of them. I'm Sam Roberts. You can hear me every morning on the Opie and Anthony show and hosting after Opie and Anthony Live. We're going to talk to Diamond David Lee Roth in a little bit. Right now, Jim Brewer was in studio. He was also on the countdown a little bit earlier. He's one of the greatest guests Opie and Anthony ever have. Hilarious, an awesome storyteller. This time he came in and he started talking about gun rights, and he started making fun of people who are like afraid that their guns are going to be taken away. What he didn't realize was that the people that he was making fun of have all the same beliefs that one Anthony Cumia from Opie and Anthony do. So Anthony's watching him like this fucking asshole. Anthony and Jim Brewer get into a big fight about not a fight, but an argument, a debate about gun control. And whenever you get two guys that are as smart and that are as hilarious as Jim Brewer and Anthony Cumia debating about anything, it's must-listen radio. Here they are. You must listen.
Number two.
That's why I don't even watch. I don't watch the news. It's so. It's like gun laws. Everyone should have a right to have a gun. I think a gun. Bang, bang, bang. It's a gun.
Yeah.
That's a suspect.
Exactly. That's what I say.
That's a suspect. Unless you're in the military or you're hunting, there's no reason for that.
No one can have a machine. You can't have a machine gun.
And
can't.
at the end of the day, this is the news. They'll say. I would say some of my friends are so Fox News oriented. It drives me. This is how the Nazis did. I go, what are you talking about? The Nazis. I'm like, no. The last I heard, the Nazis would knock on the door. I'm like, does your name end in Stein? They're not looking. Like, what are you talking about? Or they'll say. I get so riled. I feel bad for people when they go, well, it's the Constitution. Like, are you retarded?
Yep.
They wore fucking wigs and tights when they wrote up the Constitution. It took 40 minutes on a guy on a fucking horse to shoot somebody. There were no cars. You had to get on a horse. You had to puck fucking gunpowder and stick it in there, chase this fucker with fixing your wig. Because the bouncing of the horse is fucking your wig up. Then you had to fix your tights, and then the gun would go up by accident. And it took another 20 minutes to fucking get this guy to reload. So that whole and then there's, and they go, well, what if, our government's taken over. That argument makes me absolutely
it is an asshole argument.
It's beyond an asshole argument. Like, did you watch Boston? Did you see what happened when the so-called bomber, which is another fucking thing, the bomber, dude. All right, I'm going to get started here. For 24 straight hours. They go, here comes a SWAT truck, and there's 14 SWAT people. And they show the same video of the fucking SWAT truck. And here are the dogs. and then they would have the helicopters. And I sat there watching going, oh, man, they got those heat-seeking helicopters. It's over. And then, like, okay, we're running over here. And then they
running over here.
They're going, I don't know what's going on over there, but they're all going over there.
That's how the news guys are.
There's the helicopter. It's circling up. It's been 24 hours. He was shot in the jugular. How do you get shot in a fucking neck? The dogs can't sniff you out. Nobody can find blood. My kid comes out of the pool with a stubbed toe, and I can see where this little fucking yo-yo went all the way into the bedroom, not cleaning off their toe. Like, I could see you came out of the pool, you fucking stubbed your toe here, you walked all the way to the new carpet into your fucking bedroom, and then the bed. I could see your stupid stubbed toe. This guy's hitting the jugular. And the dog. Here comes more SWAT teams and more dogs. And they're fucking, no one's allowed to have. See, like, old people coming out of the house and are like, "Get down! My dog has to shit. Get down! Come back in the house! You can be a suspect! My dog got go down! They got an old lady and she's down on the floor and they got the M16s to her face."
Yeah.
And then, okay. And then they show the same video. Here's them walking around the corner again. Obviously, the younger guy is following the older brother. He's obviously the leader. Let's look at that video one more time for the 1,700,000th time. Here's the older brother. There's the younger brother. Here's the older brother. Here's the younger brother. This is moments before the bomb. No one has these fucking guys dropping a bomb, walking away. But they got 18 million videos of walking around a corner. No other fucking video. Then they let it all go. Okay, we're releasing it. We can't find him. He's in the boat in the backyard. Does anyone watch fucking Cops? Like, it wasn't even, it was straight as it right up backyard. Every Cops video is like, he's under the fucking pool.
The pool, yeah.
He's under the raft. He's under a bush. All right, I'm not going to get into that. What I'm getting into is the whole, that's very suspect. When people, when I watched that made me again look at yo-yos that are into like, you can't take my guns away because if the government takes over, so the government's going to take over and you're going to hold them off? Did you see what happened in Boston, you fucking retard?
Yeah.
Mr. Educated, watch Fox News 24/7 with your degree. Well, you don't know what's going on in this country. Really? Oh, okay, your M16 is going to hold off that fucking army.
And that was just one
and
town.
at the end of the day, if you're that packed, it's going to be some kid who's 18 going like this on a computer. Okay, mission accomplished, sir. And you're going to be sitting there with your whole arsenal going, do you hear bottle rocket? What the hell sounds like a bottle? Mission accomplished. And then the other stupid thing is, what were they? I was just listening to this 3 days ago at someone's house, and I'm silent because I just watch these idiots argue with each other. And they don't even, it's not even common sense. It's just watching news. If you watch Fox News and CNBC, they teach you how to argue each other. They teach you how to argue each other. There's no common sense. Well, let's go to our space. On the one hand, you got this opinion. And on the other hand, you have this opinion. And then this opinion agrees. So you're already going, yeah, I feel that. Yeah, that's how I feel. You fucking morons. That's how I feel. That's exactly. All right, answer that question, Mr. Specialist. And so then, this is the other one gets me nuts. Well, China is going to take over, and this is, what if we're taking over? If America's taken over, can you imagine? God forbid we're taken over.
Taken over.
We're invaded.
Oh, wow, okay.
We're invaded.
Mm-hmm.
They got past our amazing, intelligent military that found the fucking Boston bomber 24 hours by a neighbor. Wasn't even the military didn't find him. The fucking neighbor said, I think there's some blood gushing out the boat. Well, I should say, he wasn't even saying, there's some blood out on the back. Out on the backyard. Whatever the fucking Boston people talk. I think you might want to look into that. If
some red liquid's coming out of my Boston whaler.
My whaler.
Someone's fucking with my whaler in the yard.
My dog's licking the outside of my whaler. It's got blood all over it. I didn't see no dead rabbits. And so, if you're sitting there, our intelligence, our amazing military that was all over that, couldn't stop that, couldn't catch them.
Yeah.
They can't stop whoever's going to infiltrate us. Then our local police force takes over. They can't stop them. Do you think Jed in Tennessee and Bob in Jersey with your, thank God for the gun law.
Yeah.
I got my
Tony on Long Island.
Yeah, Tony on Long Island. Gonna stop me. Fum Duck and Vladimir and whoever who's just already crushed everyone. This ain't Red Dawn in the night. This ain't, Patrick Swayze ain't gonna help you, you retards. People are retarded when they watch the fucking news. So anyway, I don't know how I got into that.
They're
Bravo. Very funny,
well,
man.
I do have a couple of responses.
Please.
I do have a couple of responses.
Please.
And of course, I don't think there's anyone in their right mind that would assume that a bunch of people with whatever weapons are legally available to the American public these days can fend off the United States military.
Correct.
I never thought that. I don't think that's actually the point.
Correct.
What I think the point is that an armed public cannot be taken over with a swipe of the pen in more of a figurative term, but here it is. You're not looking to defeat the United States Army with your guns at home.
Sure.
But
yes,
if the United States military and the government leading that military knows it has to fire upon its people because its people will shoot back at them, it negates the country. The country's gone at that point. So then what is the government actually holding on to at that point? You know what I mean? You can't open fire on a huge number of American people because they're shooting back at you. Now, if the American people have no weapons, it's very easy to just legislate your will upon them and take away people's rights and whatnot. It's not winning. The thing is, if you even get into a battle with the American people, you lose. You instantly lose. You lost the country. You've lost everything the country supposedly stands for. And there's no more free United States of America.
And there is one now?
I know you can talk about what it is now and everything. I understand that. I don't think it's free now either. And I think they can legislate against you. In small pockets of resistance like Waco and whatnot.
Boston.
You can smooth it over and say, well, these are individual things on a large scale. On a large scale where a tyrannical American government wants to completely take over in some way. I don't know what it would be, but you cannot make that huge leap to, mission accomplished. You can't do that and then have people show up at Disney World the next day like nothing happened. You know what I mean? It takes shut up, Jimmy.
Really, that's a goofy argument, man.
It is not a goofy argument.
Man.
It is not a goofy argument.
It's a goofy argument.
It is not a goofy argument.
At the end of the day, what are you saying? I still don't even understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is an armed population.
Okay, we all have guns. Yeah,
this country.
Okay,
everyone that's armed in this country is yes legally.
Okay, you got arms. I got arms. Okay, I got that. Now what?
I believe it is a deterrent to the government just invoking its will on the people without. No.
Anthony, you really think?
Yeah.
Let's say you've got a tank. Let's say you've got
armored vehicle personnel or whatever.
Yes, you have a nuclear warhead in your fucking garage.
Sure.
You really think at the end of the day, someone in Washington's going, listen, it's time for takeover, but keep away from that Anthony from the O&A show because he's got too many weapons.
No, it never gets to that point.
So what is it?
It never gets to that point. It's a deterrent. It's almost an
someone's got a dog,
detente.
and I don't want to go in that house because they got a dog.
It's an uneven detente where it's a balance of power based on the fact that if anything happens, it negates what we are right now. It eliminates this country of ours. If the United States military starts firing on American people who are firing back at the military on a level much bigger than Waco, then but that doesn't have to happen because you don't understand what I'm saying.
I don't know.
It's really pretty far-fetched.
It is not far-fetched.
You're talking about fucking communism. You're talking about like pure Russian military. Oh my God! Hey, look! It's the 4th of July parade. No, it's not. Welcome to America. Oh my God! They're shooting on us. I thought it was a float. What happened to America? They took our guns away. That's what happened. It's goddamn Nazism all over. Like you're so far-fetched in what you're saying.
No, it's not far-fetched.
Yes, it is. It's crazy. It's lunacy what you're saying.
I'm not even saying what's lunacy.
It's lunacy.
You're saying more lunacy shit thinking the government is going to have some 18-year-old in a fucking shipping container launching drone attacks on cities that people have fucking...
That's lunacy?
That's more action movie shit than me saying that people, the knowledge that the American people have over 300 million guns in their possession.
You ever see the videos? You ever see the videos of like Iraq War when they're on the ships?
Yes.
What do you think? That's a guy packing a fucking missile in a thing. That's a guy in a computer going.
I know that. I think you're missing my point.
I think a lot of people are.
No, I think a lot of people know exactly what I'm talking about.
There is a It's simple. There is a deterrent alone in the knowledge that the American people are armed. Regardless if they're armed with fucking muskets or blowguns or anything else, there's a deterrent there to know.
But no one cares if you got a gun. Like, I don't care if you got a gun. We're talking about crazy semi-automatic...
what's the difference between semi-automatic?
Assault
Shut up with assault rifle. An assault rifle is a semi-automatic gun like a hunting rifle. There's nothing different.
Right. I'm talking like...
You can't own one. You can't own a machine gun in this country.
You shouldn't. There's no reason
But there is
to.
already a law.
There's no reason that. I know, but again...
Why can't I go out right now in New York State and buy a semi-automatic AR-15 and take it to the range?
Because if you get fucking wasted or someone finds it, it's a deadly fucking weapon. Here's the other one. Well, then you gotta stop cars. Then we should take cars away. Fucking retard argument. Right. It's all madness, dude. It's the thought process that you really think it's going to deter anything that I think starts insulting intelligence.
Well, then I think the bigger insult is the thought process thinking taking guns away from
Not taking
people.
away.
Oh, yeah? Try to buy that. Try to buy that.
Why would I want to?
Because it's cool.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
One of my kids find it, or one of the retard kids across the street find it.
What are you leaving it laying around like a rake?
So
you got to be what's called responsible when you own a gun. Just like you want a car. With a car, you got to be responsible for a car. You do.
But people aren't. That's the problem.
But you have to be with a car.
But you're not.
You're letting people drive. You're letting irresponsible people get into cars to drive and kill many more people than guns. Now, you laugh at that. You laugh at it, but it's the same argument you're making.
Okay.
Oh, they leave their keys around for their 16-year-old to jump in and drive away. Well, why do you leave your keys in your purse, dummy?
Because no one takes a car and purposely drives into a school and mows them the fuck down.
And you know what? On a statistical level, it's very rare.
Statistics. All right, so when your kid is killed, you let me know how that statistic works.
All right, how about
That's
the
dumbest thing
How about the 6 kids in Chicago that were fucking shot over the weekend that no one even gave a shit about?
Because we're that used to it now. Like, more
is
kids
that
killed.
Is that it?
What are you arguing for? What do you like barking for? What do you want? You just want machine guns?
I want the ability to live my fucking life the way I want.
You have it.
No, I don't.
You got 50. You got a big
want to buy
fucking
another
contract.
one of those.
You got a great.
I want to buy another one of
then
those.
Then move to a country where you can get one.
Well, I guess I can't.
Why not? Because they figured out, the rest of the world figured out that when the fucking people...
God. Stop it! The rest of the world figured out what?
That when you have...
Savages are killing people all over the world with weapons a lot less fucking sophisticated than that.
And you know what? The people that kill us here are nice, young, educated people. They're not savages.
They're not.
Wackos. Or they're on drugs.
Most of it
or they had problems. Or they grew up in a bad home. They're not savages.
No, most of them are gang savages, and that's where all the homicides come from. There's a small portion that are those crazy white kids that shoot up the schools, and that's what the news picks up on. But it's not romantic and fun enough when it's just gangbangers shooting grandma for a piece of crack or shooting at his buddy from 3 feet away and hitting 3 12-year-olds.
What? Yeah. Take it. They shouldn't have it. Fucking take it away.
They shouldn't have it.
Take it away.
They shouldn't have it.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
The problem is they
like fireworks. I'm annoyed that I can't light off M80s anymore. That bothers me. But because some retard blew his fucking hand off or let his kid he got wasted and the kid blew it up, that fucked up 4th of July. I think we still enjoy 4th of July every year. Now I gotta travel to a fucking river to watch it for 20 hours and then take me 9 hours to get home. But we still have 4th of July. It's no fucking difference.
No difference.
Too many retards fucked it up. The guy across the street, a guy in my general neighborhood.
Yeah.
His kids came walking around the neighborhood with bullets strapped around and with one of his guns. It's like...
He should have been arrested.
Should have been, but he wasn't.
He should have been fucking arrested.
He should have been, which proves to the point we just we can't take control of it. So when we can't get control of it, you're not allowed to play with the toy.
Stop.
You're fucked.
You think that everyone should be based on the lowest common denominator and what they can or can't fucking handle, and that's how we should take it away? Well, you know what? Maybe sometimes you get up on stage, maybe you'll say shit that offends people or makes people do things or influences people. So why don't we just take what you say and throw that out the fucking window too, Brewer?
What's it got to do with taking
the same thing?
No, it makes no sense.
You're saying that because some people can't handle certain things, that everyone can have it.
Murder weapons. I don't have a murder weapon. I don't have a weapon that can destroy and kill somebody.
Oh, we could argue that you're fucking influential. You're very influential. Your speech is very influential.
Okay.
And look out. You might influence people to hurt homosexuals or Negroes.
At the end of the day, are you upset just with guns in general, or that you can't get a machine gun?
I don't need a machine gun.
You want to
I like a good semi-automatic. You know, when you pull the trigger, every one pull, one bullet flies out the other end.
And you use it for target and
I love going
leisure.
to the range and target shooting. And then I like having other weapons that I use for self-protection.
Yes.
Which is, I kind of like the idea that it puts you on equal footing with some thug that might want to do you bodily harm.
Yeah, I'm with you there 100%.
Someone busts in your door.
I'm with you.
I'm sure if someone kicks in your door, the first thing you're going to think is, I wish I had a gun.
Hey, I'm not going to lie to you. Someone came over to my house. He showed me his gun. He's like, listen, I travel everywhere with a gun. I need to let you know I have a gun in your house.
Oh, that's nice.
I said, okay. Let me see. He goes, listen, it's in a case, blah, blah, blah. And he showed it to me. And I'm not going to lie. My wife, every night, gives me a fucking false alarm someone's breaking in. And sometimes I get worried because I know the golf club or the bat just ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
With a bullet facing my torso.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
So this one night while they were sleeping over, I swear to God,
slept like a baby.
I got woken up in the middle of the night. Someone's tussling the front door. What? I know I hear someone trying to get in the front door. This is every other month. It was the first time in my life I just got up with no fear, walked to the front door, and even ask who it was. I just opened the front door, knowing they may get me, but my kids are safe because right next to them is some weapons that are going to put major holes in these people or deter them.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
It's sort of like playing a game with rules. All right, we all have a rules to this game. However, as much as steroids, baseball, whatever, obviously whoever's making the rules up aren't sticking to them, and it's turning into bad shit.
Yeah,
here and there, even if the percentage is small, even if it's blah blah blah, and it's fucking things up for you, who should have the right to go.
Certainly,
I go to a range, and so, like this guy, he goes to the range. When I went to the range, this guy had a it looked like a Smith & Wesson, but it sounded like a cannon. And he warned us. He went, hey, listen. He was a huge guy. He went, hey, listen. I'm shooting off assault rifle. He said it's assault, but it was a pistol. And this thing, literally, it was so loud. Even with the headphones on, it had a whole. It was like,
it was probably the 50 caliber. Yeah.
Yeah, and it went, and flames came out the end. And the what do you call it? The target
silhouette,
would just explode like feathers a pigeon getting blown up, and you can see his boner. And I would have one too. Just go pow, pow. And my daughter, I have to say, she was shooting and she was a beast. And she turned to me and she went, I really like that feeling of power.
It's just it's fun to shoot.
But does the average citizen need that? I mean,
Jimmy.
I'm just
correct.
Jimmy's an asshole.
Right.
But who was at the front door?
Who's at the front?
Who was at the door?
Front door?
Her imagination.
Oh, no.
I figured as much, but I needed to know.
Imagination.
Who was at the front
You left
door?
us with it, and I opened the door.
Yeah. I liked your analogy, though, with the sports, and there has to be rules and things like that. I understand the rules factor. But here's what happens. Imagine playing a game where you're adhering to the rules, but there's people on the other team that aren't paying attention to any rules, and they're not penalizing those people. Every time someone doesn't pay attention to the rules, they go to the people that are paying attention and give them more rules. So now
like
in New
a
York
household.
it's
If I'm in
crazy.
my house
Uh-huh.
and my kids, I go, listen, no Fritos, no snacks after 7 o'clock.
Right.
Okay. 7 o'clock. Any snacks, you're going to get punished. You're screwed.
Right.
No iPads, no Instagram, and no email, no nothing. Okay. Now, when I'm not around, I go upstairs, and this little fucker's sneaking. I said, where'd you get that? Well, Mom said, hey, did we not go? Well, she did do her homework, and then 2 weeks later, there's ants infested in her bedroom, and the cat has fleas because of the fucking bugs from the Fritos that she ate in the bed. And I go, this is why I don't want Fritos in here. And then it happened 3 times, and then I go, you know what? No more fucking Fritos, period, because I'm tired of people fucking with the rules. Everyone's fucked. So there. It's up to the people, and I tell the sisters, I go, listen, I don't care which one of you fuckers do it. One of you fuck up, you're all screwed. That gives an incentive for the other ones to go, don't bring the Fritos up there. I'm going to tell Dad.
That might work
I'm going to tell
in
Dad.
in the Brewer dictatorship that you live in.
Yes, well, Fritos. Someone's eating the Fritos in bed, and no one's...
But I have a right to bear Fritos.
Yes, you
cannot
do.
take that away from me.
Yes, you do. And no one's going to come in and take them. At the end. If you got the Fritos in your house, they're in your house. Tough shit. They're in there already. From here on now, it literally should be like, sit down. What's your name? Where you from? Right. First of all, the way you look, you got to go home. It's already out. You're already out.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Here we are. You made it to number 1 on the Worst of the Week countdown, highlighting all the worst, meaning best moments on the Opie and Anthony Show. My name's Sam Roberts. You can hear me every morning on O&A and on After Opie and Anthony Live as the host. But you have made it unless you're just now tuning in which case listen to the replay. This show replays all weekend unless it's late at night Sunday, in which case it might not be replaying again because it's late at night Sunday. We got shows to do. Monday, we're live. Number 1 this week. Diamond, David Lee Roth. How could he not be? He's the quintessential rock star. He came back on the Opie and Anthony Show. I dare say he's back. And better than ever. Diamond Dave shows us how it's done. Here on the Worst of the Week Countdown.
Number 1.
Don't hurt yourself. An entire generation and a half launching themselves off the top of Toyota Land Cruisers and trying to touch their toes. You could hear the belts popping. Pop, pop. Like this. Well, I would come out after a show.
Yeah.
And you would invariably see... there would be a pickup truck festooned with beer cans. Every single space that you could get a vertical empty beer can on. In fact, vertical empty beer can, that sounds like a band at Coachella, doesn't it? And they would have it covered, and somebody would get on the bumper. There'd be 3 gals, 3 guys, and they'd launch themselves off the... Was that you, Jay? Did you ever try that?
Oh, all the time.
Jump off the bumper, and try and touch their toes, and somebody go, no, that's not how you do it. And clear off the hood, and you hear the beer cans, and you climb up and launch and land in a heap, much to the glee, of the derision and ridicule of the crowd, and somebody would do it from the top.
Yeah.
Until somebody snapped a leg, probably.
Dave told the best story on my podcast about Van Halen trying to expand the parameters. He said, like when you were a kid, you have bunk beds. Do you remember this whole thing you said?
Oh, sure.
It was amazing.
Go ahead, do it, and I'll help you along. So let's see what you remember from it.
When you're a kid, you have bunk beds. You put them a little farther apart, and you go, "Hey, let's see if we can make it this far apart from this bunk bed to that bunk bed." And then the whole band's like, "Oh, you know what? Put the bunk bed against the wall, I'm Eddie. I can do it better than Dave. I can do it better than Alex. And put it all the way across the wall. The ground is lava. If you touch the lava, you're out.
Hot lava, you call it.
Yes,
you have 2 bunk beds. People say, Dave, why?
Interrupt me. I'm in the middle of a really good story here. Jesus Christ. Put it in, Gracie. Your story. I tried to get you to tell it.
I never got tired of doing that. You have 2 bunk beds. My sister slept in one, I was in the other. And you would jump across one to the other and go, hot lava, hot lava. And you didn't want to fall in. Well, you start off with a foot in between. And then, of course, they try and up the ante. You put it 2 feet apart.
Sure.
You go, hot lava, hot lava. And my career has been kind of the same based on that ever since the beginning. Farther and farther apart. How far away can we move and still survive? What can we do musically that's going to push the advantage a little bit more? What can we try on stage? What can we do on the album cover this time? That's farther and farther. Inevitably, you're going to fall into the hot lava.
To the hot lava, yeah.
And that's your best drinking story.
And the record company comes in, like, with, we got ideas for this album. You guys could maybe take it in this direction. And Dave was like, no, you don't understand. We've already had the beds. They're in different rooms. We put one outside, and we jumped from the second-story window. So, Moog synthesizer. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're already up to out the window, off the wall, against the board.
It'd be really great if you guys could do a little more melody hooks. That'd be great. Some melody, some hooks.
We ran into that routinely. It's like in the Doors movie where the guy goes, Herman's Hermits. Let me just say 2 words. Herman's Hermits. That's music.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I love Herman.
Yeah. A lot of people try to influence what you do musically, I'm sure, over the years.
Well, it's vicarious. It's vicarious. When you say party like a rock star, who do you think they're talking to?
You're talking to the rock star, you assholes.
When a girl says fuck me like a rock star, who do you think she's talking about?
Diamond Dave? not Michael Anthony?
Well, you could ask just about anybody in showbiz and otherwise and politics, would you like to be Diamond Dave 1985 August? Go. And they'll answer, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I just realized this when Dave was sitting here party like a rock star and all this, I realized just this moment, there are no bands that sound like Van Halen. There never has been a band. Like when you listen to Oasis, they sound like the Beatles. When you listen to the Black Crowes, they sound a little like Zeppelin. There's never been a band where you go, it's kind of a Van Halen riff.
Who came close, you think, to sounding like Van Halen?
Well, there's a variety of bands who had old school roots. We're a 70s band. We enjoyed our success in the 80s. But if you look back in the Stones, and the Zeppelins, etc., that's a combination of different neighborhoods. You follow? There's some downtown, there's some jazz, there's some Latino mixed in there, and that's what made up Van Halen. There's no magic to it at all. We had to play a lot of different neighborhoods. You had to play a biker neighborhood, that's Born to Be Wild. You're going to play south of the Harbor Freeway, that's going to be Santana, Change Your Evil Ways, and surf, well, they wanted Aerosmith, and you mix all of that, learn to work everything in the kitchen, and no matter what you want, kid, pick a noodle, choose a sauce, we're good.
Yeah, they learned like 100.
That's a way of describing things, doesn't it?
Oh, they had to learn like 100 covers just to go up and down.
He told us last time. Just amazing.
I wasn't here that time.
And you flipped the page. So what kind of music is it? I don't know. I wrote half of every song, and I'm not sure what is Jamie's Crying? What's Dance the Night Away? What is Jump? These are like hybrid.
Those are Van Halen songs.
Yeah, but when you look under the hood, you go, wow, Italian viscous coupling, but these tires, they're kind of faintly from another country, and you mix and match all that. That's what made all your favorite bands.
Have you heard a band that has come close to sounding like you? Like you'll hear, like you, Jason, that you hear bands that sound like
Zeppelin. That's what I just asked.
No, I know, but that's what I'm
asked.
Why am I yelling at you?
I'm paraphrasing you and quoting you and giving you full credit for it.
Everyone around you.
You're not. Okay.
We came from theory and orchestration. We went to professional music schools. We
Nerds.
And then we took a left and kept on going. We completely downtowned it. So you got a balance there.
Because Eddie had quite a unique guitar sound, and you obviously vocally had a very unique vocal style. So to get that to happen again somewhere else.
Well, you would have to play the 5 45-minute sets a night, and I don't know where those clubs are. I know where there's occasional jam night,
I know where there's a great comedy club tonight, Dave. It's Governors in Levittown.
Governors.
That's where I'm going to be. So you play the big rooms. I like to cobble them together 200 at a time.
Let me ask you a question, though. Can you do what you do, like in a Madison Square Garden? We've seen comics, humorists go into giant arenas. I want to ask you as professionals, can you really pull that that off?
Jimmy and I, absolutely.
Yeah, but for me, like the whole 17,000 person thing would irritate me, so I'd prefer to do it with about 180, 200 people, which is my normal fucking sales. Yeah, just to kind of scatter them around the arena, let them enjoy the space.
Can you play jazz in a giant place? I don't think so. No, there's too many levels. There's too many. You can't even. I think what we do, if the best part, even for my kind of rock and roll with the brothers, is where you can see eyebrows and faces. Once you can't see eyebrows anymore, it starts to get impersonal. Just draw the line
a few
right
gigs
there.
where you weren't seeing fucking people with that far eyebrows.
I can't believe David Lee Roth agreed to open for me at West Hampton Performing Arts Center Sunday. That's just incredible.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Wow.
Well, we're going to do.
I'm actually going to. If you call up and name David Lee Roth's first record he ever bought, because I know the answer.
Oh, you got a good memory for that,
yes,
right?
Well, it's not every day David Lee Roth's in your fucking garage. Don't give any hints, because you're going to call up for free tickets.
I'm singing it.
All right, or you can sing it.
Go ahead, I'll be the background music for the next few jokes.
Did you see the Phil Spector movie?
I did, in fact. Yeah.
How great was that?
It was kind of frightening, because that's a temptation. That's a place that and the last scenes of There Will Be Blood with Daniel Day-Lewis kind of takes place in the same kind of house, and I have one of those checkerboard hallways. It's hard to tell if that's a stairway to heaven or a stairway to somewhere really, really fun.
I like the Liberace movie so much. I'm not, no jokes.
Behind the Candelabra.
HBO at this point needs like their own Academy Awards. Like this is
really good.
Ridiculous.
That was really goddamn good.
Every show they have, like Game of Thrones and Girls and The Spectre.
Are you happy? I failed if you're not happy.
You know what? Everybody has been talking. Everybody's been talking about that particular show. Everybody has mentioned it.
What, Game of Thrones?
No.
I love Game of Thrones. David's talking about Game of Thrones.
What would you? No, he was talking about Liberace.
No, he said that show. Didn't you say that show?
No, I'm talking about the Liberace show. Everybody's mentioning that. But you're right.
See, guys,
is there not an Academy Awards for what do you do?
Cable Ace Awards. Cable Ace. Dave Coulier won a couple.
Yeah, Dave Coulier.
Well, the stuff is smarter. You know, the best comedy, you can turn the sound off and you can't tell if it's drama or comedy.
Yeah.
You follow? And you'll start to see that on the HBOs or the Showtimes and stuff. So maybe a lot of times this stuff is a little more
Dave was with Tibetan mooks. Tibetan monks, and he was asking him questions about comedy. Like, he's a fan.
I told him with these Chinese.
No, I was sitting with 12 Buddhist monks, the real deal. They got the shaved heads and the robes and everything. I said, gentlemen, I don't think there's any laughter in heaven. And you could hear a pin drop, you know.
Right.
And I was waiting, and just in case, they got upset, I was going to say, like Jewish heaven. But that's like Shakespeare or something, isn't it? There's no laughter until things go completely, really, really, really wrong, and then you got to laugh.
Yeah.
That's.
I agree.
Yeah.
But you don't see. But you're right to a certain degree. It's like a lot of very religious people. You don't see like monks laughing. Like, well, why wouldn't you guys have a ball once in a while? Like,
I've never seen Keanu Reeves laugh.
Is he a monk?
Might as well be. As much as he talks, as much as he actually speaks, he might as well be.
Are talking speaks in public or speaks in his flicks?
Both. Now he's just doing these independent movies where he walks around in his greasy hair.
Well, some folks maintain that the best acting, like how many syllables does Stallone use in his traditional flick? I've seen The Expendables, 5 times because it was the only English speaking in Japan. He goes, that's enough for me.
Bill Murray lost in translation. Didn't say a damn word. You looked at the camera and you saw how sad he was. He was great.
I'm not kidding. I say with some mirth, but the best acting is the least amount of knees and elbows and syllables. Now you're paying attention to that guy, right?
Yeah.
Somebody like Eastwood, you're terrified by that. Well, that's still Stallone. But
get off my lawn, you pan face. That's the best comedy
It's all
ever made.
monosyllables. And you become, there's no flowery, there's no delivery system. It's just right there.
You didn't see the Liberace movie yet?
No, I haven't.
You love it. I give it an A+.
I think that he should win something for it. Matt Damon was amazing, too.
Is there any room for improvement in that movie?
No. I mean, the acting was tremendous. I would prefer a little more of the ass fucking.
Who saw Matt Damon coming? We knew he was a good actor. He was happening and stuff he was doing with Affleck. And look at the two of them now. Boom!
Yeah.
The roles they're doing and the producing, the directing, and wham! I can't wait to the stuff from the
I
next.
love that it's a big FU and thumbing your nose at Hollywood, because when they won their Oscar for like Good Will Hunting or whatever it was,
it was
Good Will Hunting screenwriter. Everybody was like, "Well, there's a sign of the apocalypse." These two guys won an Oscar. Like, turns out they're fucking great, Hollywood. He's such a good director, and Matt Damon's great.
Is there finally an Academy Award for production for producer yet?
Oh, no.
No, there's your answer.
That's your money guy.
Well, it's the money guy, but he's going to oversee, variety. I just made a 4-minute gangster flick. It's on the internet there. I did it with an all-Japanese cast and crew. We call it a spaghetti Eastern.
I gotta see this.
Oh, yeah. Holy shit.
What's the name of it?
Yeah, let's watch it.
It's you can find it on iTunes. The Roth. You can find it Roth clip, Roth film clip, etc. And it's called
the Rothcast too. You got a great podcast.
So we shot that. I started off with just a single storyline. I said, white guy walks into I don't know where, in Japan. There's 3 gangsters talking Japanese. They don't know he does. They're saying ugly things to him. He turns, and I use a single line from a kid's cartoon, Sailor Moon, that little girls dug in the 80s, and I use it as the death chit. I say, in the name of the sun and the moon and stars, I Christ you now, or I strike you now, and I shoot everybody in the room. I hired 40 cast and crew and folks from all lighting, film, camera, set design. They work on all the movies there, and I said, you fill in the rest. And it's a spaghetti Eastern. Oh yeah, and we spent 6 months doing it, and they're the ones who said, okay, you got to have an old lady sitting over here, and when that happens, this music happens, and then you have the blood spatter of the title.
Wait, we got to see this.
So forth.
What's the name of it?
It's on our Facebook page right now, Opie and Anthony.
Yeah,
but
and
can we find it on the inner tubes?
It's for what's it called?
Why do we all look at MSNBC at the same time to find out what Dave's movie was? The whole room went, "Is that Morning Joe? Is that it?"
You could somebody dig it up, and then we'll just say the address. Whatever.
No, he's coming in to get it for you.
Okay.
But
we got to at least see your line.
That's what a producer does. That's, is you got to keep everybody moving north and motivating all the ideas so that when somebody says, oh, what if you have this kind of music here? Oh, what if you put a horse in the background there? That's what a producer is going to yay or nay after the director does. And there's some great producers out there without whom we wouldn't have great movies, yo. Bruckheimer, Simpson Bruckheimer team was great.
Who did I sit behind once at a premiere? Erwin Winkler. Who I think produced Raging Bull. And, I guess producers don't get enough of the credit in the public, but they certainly do in Hollywood, though.
Who put the team together? A lot of guys, where would the ball teams be if somebody wasn't there, collecting everybody and, putting them together? Have you found it? You know where we are? There you go.
Tokyo Story?
Yeah.
E-Rock, can I see, please? You're not home watching TV.
It's, don't mind the Pay No Mind list.
Make it bigger, E-Rock, please. Is it your fucking iPad?
I like the music.
This is Kanishki. He's the most famous sumo wrestler ever.
Nothing's better on radio than video.
But that sound, that is very spaghetti western. That's a very spaghetti western sound. And
I come walking into where everybody convenes. This is kind of like the 10th Street Baths. This is where everybody plays their cards. This is where all the gangsters hang out. And like the Russians in whatever movie.
Is this a place you go to, actually, or no?
Dave's a regular. No. He's a regular there. The lady knows. You're here earlier than usual.
She's in a million flicks.
She's in a million flicks. You're here earlier than usual, right? Is that what you said?
I had no idea what I look like acting.
Dave, you're looking badass.
Yes.
Everybody who thinks they can act, I thought, let's actually see what it looks like on film here, without me actually smiling once, and without being the Diamond Dave.
I know.
Are these guys well-known actors in Japan?
That's the most famous sumo wrestler in history.
Yeah, I've seen that guy before.
Kanishki.
Yes, I've seen that guy.
Oh, you can Google him.
Yeah.
He's a friend from Tokyo.
I keep waiting for Dave to look at the camera and go,
Somebody posted Hummel Babel dead. And
now they're shit talking you.
I did my 4-minute gangster flick.
Piece of cake, right?
Yep.
Wow, these guys are really talking
the gangsters,
shit.
You can tell from all the ink and everything. And you can see that this is full of clues. Like the full moon is registered behind my head, and there's a tattoo on it. It's the first scene of a movie we wrote. And the character that's in a
fuck off in Japanese, right? I speak Japanese.
And I play
I'm reading it.
an assassin. My character's name is Brother Teresa.
Oh,
and,
that's interesting.
Yeah. And the gangster's name, Big Kurashiki, his name is Peach. And this is just the first scene. I could only afford the first 4 minutes. So
it looks great.
Looks
amazing. So this is kind of like you want this to be made into a full film.
This is like what Billy Bob did with the Sling Blade.
Right,
You know?
you should make it into a short. And then,
Everybody who shot this works on all the movies all around Asia. They shoot all the Red Bull and the coffee ads and everything.
Yeah.
Most of these guys worked on Lost in Translation, and they've never had somebody actually set up a framework and say, go. As artist to artist, this doesn't have to sell anything. It doesn't have to attract any subscribers. It doesn't have to please any censors. Just as a team, all 40 of us, create this using this framework, and I'll sponsor it. I'll produce and pay for it.
But it's well shot.
Dave, you're the coolest guy I've
took us
ever...
about 6 months to pull this together.
Really? You should like start a band or something. You're just a cool, like you know what it is? What's the word? Front man. You're like a front man.
And this is international now. It's just getting attention.
This guy
all
drinking
over.
milk out of the carton. Obviously, he's a gangster.
Oh,
That's
man.
a tradition. That strawberry drink is a kind of a drink that's been drinking over there since the early 50s. You follow?
Dave's got the
and it's unexpected.
Body on Diamond Dave.
And the quote I'm about
hot.
to give comes from a little kid's cartoon. It's the same as quoting Popeye before you pull the trigger, which they found horrifying and delightful in Japan.
That's,
so, if you're
drinking his milk with a gun to his head.
Yeah. And that's my audition reel. We're launching my film career here today.
That is, you know what?
That's great.
I'm not seeing anything where I'm taken out of this. This is like...
It's a real film.
You're not lactose intolerant, I hope.
Very
And I say it with the perfect accent.
Whatever.
And you have the obvious ending without hearing the gunshots.
Right.
And there the bodies are left in a red wipe. And then the walk-up with Japanese credits that nobody can read. Not even
Exactly.
me.
That says...
Is that a real tattoo?
Yeah. I got that finished when, well, we're not quite finished, but that's the real deal.
Wow. You got that on your back right now?
I got about 150 hours in there of the real deal with the hand poking and everything.
His entire back, yeah.
That is amazing. Holy shit.
Oh, my God.
That is
take off your pants.
amazing work.
Wait, let me see that.
Dave, that's amazing.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. And you had all that done in Japan?
Yeah. And that's all
Riverside.
Wow.
hand poking and whatever.
I know a guy.
That's pretty goddamn cool, man.
Diamond Dave in the house with the flip phone. I like that. Prepaid.
I used it as
Holy shit.
like campfire. You know, when you get around and to pass the news of the day, try out my language lesson that day. I went to school 2 hours a day for language, and here's my latest stuff, and what are you seeing on the tube, and and planning and stuff. So it's not just getting the ink. It's a 1,000-year-old newspaper. So what's up today? Hey,
every experience you can have over there, I guess, educates you to everything, the culture, the language.
Oh yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
But you don't have any other tattoos, just one giant piece on your back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
So
pretty awesome.
Yeah,
I like the way that was fucking shot, man. It reminded me certain moments like the way John Woo shoot. You ever watch John Woo stuff?
Of course.
And I love that type of. That's like a really an Asian way of shooting. For some reason, they don't shoot that way in America, and I love the way that stuff is done. Like
I was the only.
This is the follow-up to Dave's movie. It's a Chinese circus, a bear and a monkey on bikes. The bear eats the monkey.
The bear eats the monkey, Jay. It's not very nice.
No. I just.
But it's a film crew that I was the only outsider Gaijin face that was on there, and good time to motivate people. They had never had somebody say, "If you got a good idea, I'll pay for it." That's what a producer does. And everybody was going, "Oh, the music goes here, but not that kind of instrument." And then don't hear the gunshots. That's not traditional. Right. Skip the gunshots and show the drip. Oh, okay, all right. And it just made sense to me. And I was just kind of wander from department to department going, how about a little more of that? That was good. Can you turn that up louder? And,
how cool. Dave has an apartment in Japan. Like, it's where he lives most of the time. You're the coolest guy.
I just finished a year overseas, and I'm dying. I'm done, and I'm back here for American culture. Pizza, Comedy Cellar, and striptease.
Are you guys going back on the road, or are you just hanging now?
In about 3 days, I'm meeting the fellas in Nagoya, and we're doing the Japan tour. We got about 40,000 of our closest friends. And
you just said you came back from there
yesterday afternoon. Yeah.
And now you're going back.
Sure. You know, well, come on. For most folks, a 10 or 12-hour airplane flight, that's a little unforgiving. We do 10 and 12-hour bus rides every night out on the road. You follow? And people say, but you can walk around now. Nobody walks on a bus. You get out of the bunk. You fight your way like Das Boot up to where you always sit. You know, wait for the burrito to microwave and change the cable, and that's all you do. So, you know, flying, you know, on a 12-hour flight to Japan, frankly, the food's a little better on the airplane.
Yeah. And I'm sure, you know, you get the lay-down seat.
Which band is this you're going out with?
Van Halen. We're playing
Van Halen?
Yeah, it's you know, Eddie Allen, the guys.
Heard of them, Jay?
Up-and-coming guys?
And
there you go.
We're doing Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. We put this off. Ed was ill last season, so this is the delayed routine. And,
is that with Wolfgang on bass?
Yep, that is.
And they miss Michael Anthony, though, huh?
Don't go there.
Okay, well, sorry.
And people know you.
Hey, I wasn't, you know, I'm not asking you to throw I apologize. I don't know.
Wolf plays a great place, and he's got a great voice that's really coming along strong. As far as my old team, you're always going to have the original's going to be best. That's who I got 10,000 hours with. You know, the 10,000 hour rule. None of us were really that good until we passed that 10,000 hour moment. Even Bobby Fischer, as a chess prodigy, had to do his 10 before he was able to really bring it to the Russians.
But at least he ended his life with dignity. Jesus.
How did he die?
Bobby, he died. I think of cancer, but, you know, I love, he's one of my favorite people
he turned
ever.
really crazy.
But he was just such a psychotic anti-Semite. Yeah. But he was a Jew. He was a full-blood Jewish guy, his mother, father, and he went out, you know, he 9/11, the fucking Jews! Like, he was like that angry. You ever hear the phone call he made on 9/11?
He started to sound like homeless or whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
But that type of genius comes with a price, and that's what it was. He was so brilliant.
You'll never have to worry about that.
Not at all. I like everyone. Do you play?
Chess is its own. I took chess lessons from probably half a dozen different teachers, and you know what? I don't play a good game of chess, but I use it in real life constantly. I think 10 moves ahead. I had a great teacher, Mr. Gufeld from, he was the Soviet Socialist Republic coach from all of the 70s. And Edward Gufeld. And he would say, chess is gymnastic for brain. And he would, and he taught with his forearm. If I made a mistake, bam! He'd knock all the pieces off. He'd go, okay, Mr. Genius, now we try a memory to perfect again. And wow,
what an asshole.
Well, actually, all right, now wait, I'm going to translate this a little different. Anybody who cares enough to get that excited around me, I'm interested in. Because we make a living around people who are so blasé and full of savvy, and our agents and managers who've seen it all. And it's a good idea, guys, and whatever. Somebody gets excited enough to go, no! Oh, I'm interested in that kind of energy, especially if it's channeled my way.
Bobby Fischer
I
lost
miss
a
him.
huge
I miss him to
match.
death.
When he's playing the Russians, some kid was just tapping his chess piece.
Drove him nuts.
On the side of the board. But it took him 2 days to realize he was playing out of his speed. He sped up. The kid sped him up. He just had a pawn. Holding a pawn. And as he was thinking, he would just go like this. And then Bobby Fischer was getting his teeth kicked in. And then I think it wound up in a draw because once he figured it out, he tuned it out. But the mind games those guys play are other levels.
In Russia, if you won, you got to go spend 2 weeks in Cuba. And that's where he would train, okay, during the summer. If you lost, you went the other way. Siberia, or this kind of a thing.
Well, he accused those guys of cheating, too. He said that the Russians would manipulate and lose games to each other to position certain guys to play certain guy. He probably wasn't
like bicycle racing.
Yeah, that happens in NASCAR, too.
It's like in bicycle racing. Don't they decide, okay, the guys who aren't the number one runner will lead the way until so-and-so can lunge forward or something?
Yeah. They use a team mentality
for national pride, because for the Soviets it was the important thing for the Russians to win, not for Kasparov or for
individuals.
Kramnik,
it's for the friggin'
Are we surprised? Is there any sport that doesn't have cheating in it? Is there any sport that doesn't have steroids and blood doping? And
really. I like the cheating. I like the steroids.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Well, also,
I like it.
I'd like to position a thought here that if you're going to get involved, as long as the other guy's using steroids, I don't care.
It brings it all up to relative. It's all relative there.
When you were a kid playing wiffle ball in the driveway, every once in a while you put a little pebble in the wiffle ball. You only get to throw that knuckleball once because the guy fouls it off. The little pebble flies out, you're like, whoa, I don't even know if I can throw that one again. That was weird.
Baseball is nothing but cheating. The curveball.
Yeah.
Stealing home. You know, it's all larceny.
Stealing. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a play in baseball called Stealing.
Yeah. Somebody wrote once that the first time monkeys really exhibited human-like intelligence is when one lied to the other and tricked them for the first time.
Really?
Oh, that was the big break point in human intellect. Monkeys developed from that point. The first time a monkey lied to the other and tricked them intentionally, they said, "Okay, now we can see humans happening."
It was a
this
couple.
can happen.
I know it was a couple, and the male monkey slid back and he pulled the condom off and then put his dick back in. She had no idea. He did it.
And he said, "No, honey, that is your impression on a pillow."
And then the female monkey said, "It's your monkey."
And it's monkey time.
Yes, my man. First record he ever bought.
Monkey time. Major Lance.
Right?
Okay. Major Lance, the monkey time.
Can we play that, E-Rock? We got that?
I had a guy tweet me after he listened to you on my podcast.
Monkey time, Major Lance.
He went to Baskin Robbins with his kids like minutes after finishing the podcast, and that was playing. And he said he wanted to look at everybody.
There's a place
I just David Lee Roth. This is the first record I ever bought.
Whenever you're ready. This has roots. You'll hear Bruce Springsteen in the song. If you hear, if you play the song, you'll go, "Oh, Springsteen has his feet both planted in that kind of music."
No kidding.
There's a place right across town. Whenever you're ready. Boom. I can keep going.
Keep going.
I'm like,
David Lee Roth singing in our studio.
Monkey time.
This is monkey time.
It's like, you know.
You remember that?
I've never heard that.
Once you play it, you'll kind of hear a little bit of Monkey Time.
Major Lance and Monkey Time.
Major Lance and Monkey Time. It's 1960s New York City style rock. You know, it's East Coast, and it's got the, you know, it's got like the Glock in the background. Then ping, ding, ping, ping.
Well, he licks for it. Look.
Here we go. Turn it up.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
Found it.
Springsteen.
Sure.
Yeah, little horns.
Oh, Sandy. The fireworks are hailing over Little Eden tonight.
Gather round. It's that feel good East Coast stuff.
I like it.
Are you ready? Slow. For monkey time.
What exactly is monkey time? I'm not saying a word. This is too cool.
I don't know how it started. You got to. That's where you sing to each other on the dance floor. You know?
Was this remade by anybody?
Oh, I don't know. Well, see, what's happening is
it sounds like a lot of songs you've heard, right?
And that's why I say Bruce, because I grew up around it too, and it's in the music. It's like Curry downtown. It's in everything.
Right.
And you hear that? It's happy and it's good dancing.
Yeah.
It's got brass.
First record he ever bought.
For monkey time.
There's another version in here. But...
All right, let me hear that version.
Leave him alone.
What are you doing?
I want to hear the other version.
Yeah,
he's in the middle of singing.
And you want to put something else on?
I want to hear the other version.
You guys like Chumbawamba?
I'll take full responsibility.
Happy birthday,
somebody with a syllable name, Kajagoogoo.
Too shy.
100 haircuts. Haircut 100.
He also had another song that was when you've seen songs, where you got 12-year-old guys, walking down the tracks singing, purple bikini, polka dot bikini and stuff. These songs were, to me, that way. You would learn where the part is you sing to each other and so forth. And Major Lance, 1961. That was the first single that I got. I had to rake the lawn for almost 5 days in a row, and that's how I earned the cash for it. And I went and bought it.
Buy the single?
It was $1.05.
45.
Did you listen to it more than once in a row?
I listened to it 7,000 times in a row. And now, if somebody says to me, Dave, can you give me any advice as a new young artist, musician, painter, drama? Absolutely. At any given time, have a song that you're listening to over and over again, like 30 times a day, but something like this that's feel good, whatever, and you'll get tired of it in 3 weeks, replace it with another song. When you get to my age, you put that song on, you go right back. Oh, man, this is when I was on Opie and Anthony. This is when I was, and then Jay was there, and I was wearing that T-shirt, you know, and like that was my favorite T-shirt. Where did that go? How can you lose that T-shirt? Like, and you will go right back, and I have dozens and dozens and dozens of songs like that, and I carry the song. It's in the deck down below. It doesn't have to be any kind of certain song. It can be pop, can be dance, groove, country, blues, old, new, and just listen to that one song over and over, and you put it in, you go, oh, that was the summer in Tokyo, oh! And you go right back. No movie, no book, no play can take you like that. You follow?
Yeah,
only music can do that.
When you hear a song, sometimes there's a visceral feeling.
Yeah.
Not only a memory, it's like you get a weird feeling like you
reliving
did when you were there.
Completely reliving that time.
And if you're doing it during the summer, like the summer coming up, like I dig the humidity and the heat, you know, and you can feel their skin starts to do like that, you know. It's like when somebody goes, how about some pizza? And your mouth starts to water. It's just got whatever that response is kicks in. And when I hear that song, Major Lance, I know exactly, that skateboard we built. Yeah, we had to make it out of roller skates. You had to saw a roller skate in half and use the clay wheels, and you had to use 2 halves of the roller skate on a piece of 4x4, and that's what Major Lance is to me.
That's
Let me ask you,
Marty McFly.
Can I ask you a Van Halen question?
Sure.
I'm,
of course.
my favorite band. When you guys do like Intruder and do any instrumental like that, it seems incongruous to the whole album. Like when you have just these monster songs, and then it's only like a minute and a half of just an instrumental. I think the casual fan goes, why'd they stick that in there? It's weird. Is it music that just there aren't words to yet? And you go, well, fuck it, we're not even going to try doing the words. Apparently, it's an instrumental, and it must go on Diver Down. It's too good to leave out.
A lot of it comes from the club days. It's a good point, Jay. A lot of it comes from the club days when we would have to play 5 45-minute sets. We learned about that from reading about the Beatles and the Stones and every good rock band who ever played.
So you learn to stretch.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And you would
understand that.
The first solo would be just like the record. The second solo would be an Eddie solo, and then you would have to have intros to do a lot like what we do here. You know, hey, don't forget we're going to be here tomorrow night. If you had a great time, tell a friend. If you've had a shitty time, tell an enemy, because we're still going to be back here tomorrow. And the ladies dance contest on Wednesday. Don't forget that. And I'd be doing my stuff, and you'd need to have something going on. You know, set up a groove. Al, hit a groove, and the guys would play along, and it starts to become actually part of the music. It's not just an add-on. You follow? And we got so used to doing that for, well, you know, like the middle part of You Really Got Me, you know, you're making the noises and carrying on, and it's
Intruder, certainly, but like Cathedral is like a completely different sound entirely. It's almost Radiohead-ish before its time.
Well, we had a mix and match taste in music. We weren't just one neighborhood, I call it. Heavy metal is one neighborhood. You know, we were Thunder Funk. We were also playing songs like Kool and the Gang and Get Down Tonight and stuff in the beer bars, and learn how to work the vocals, because we didn't have keyboards and so forth. So you would mix ZZ Top with, you know, Ohio Players in the same set, you know, and have to go from one song to the other without giving a break, because you don't want to clear the dance floor and piss off the guy at the bar, because then his beer sales dwindle.
Not to be a dog with a chew toy here, but are there songs with lyrics that are on the cutting room floor that you go, well, maybe we should have put that instead of Cathedral?
Most of those songs are on this most recent album, Different Kind of Truth. We had a group of tunes that didn't get quite fleshed out, and especially lyrical. I'll be the first one to say, you know,
it's your fault, Dave.
It is my fault.
Slowing everything down.
Well, you know, when you first start off like anything else, it's all devils and fire, and you know, let's sleep with another day. Let's sleep with 2 now. Hey, let's get those bunk beds apart. How about 3? Yes. And then you start to figure out the 6 or 8 bad habits you're really good at, and then you focus lyrically. You mature.
You're the best.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, he's fucking
like a good bottle of scotch, you know. I like it to be at least 18. It's fine if it looks 12. I don't care.
This sounds like Anthony.
It's got to be 18 or more.
That's the best we got from last week. I mean, that's the best we have from the past week. The Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown is available whenever you want it. SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on SiriusXM.
Attention business owners and high net worth individuals. It's still not too late to reduce your 2012 taxes. That's right. Our step-by-step proven process will likely cut your taxes in half. In fact, many of our clients have an effective tax rate of 10% or less, all while protecting your assets. The key is that your accountant typically uses only 50 to 75 tax deductions. Our team of CPAs and tax attorneys have identified over 400 legal and well-documented deduction. Did you know that you can legally cut your taxes in half, even to an effective rate of 10% or less, while protecting your assets? It's true, and almost 7,000 clients are benefiting from our relationship. Let us send you our free report, How to Legally Cut Your Taxes to 10% or Less, plus information about our risk-free tax-saving training. Call us now at 800-780-5300. Again, that's 800-780-5300.
Have you been thinking about buying or starting a business? Sport Clips Haircuts may be your answer.
How strong a franchise is Sport Clips?
Sport Clips has been an Entrepreneur Magazine's top 500 franchise for 15 consecutive years, with more than 1,000 stores nationwide.
What's the Sport Clips concept?
We've identified a huge market with an unmet need. Guys wanting a great haircut experience in a place they feel at home. Sport Clips surrounds their clients with sports, TVs, and more sports.
But what are the experts saying?
Forbes.com has ranked Sport Clips as a top 10 franchise for the money. We've been one of Entrepreneur Magazine's top 50 fastest growing franchises for 10 straight years. Recently featured in the Wall Street Journal and one of the top franchises for veterans.
Is Sport Clips right for me?
Sport Clips is an owner-investor model, so you don't have to be on site every day. There's no industry or haircutting experience necessary, and you can even keep your current job. Visit OwnaSportClips.com to learn more. That's OwnaSportClips.com. At Sport Clips, it's good to be a guy, but it's great to be an owner.
At CreditRepair.com, we don't like to brag about what we do. We would never boast about the thousands of people's credit scores we're helping improve every day. We don't like touting that our average customer has seen 11 negative deletions from their credit reports in just 3 months. And you certainly won't hear us ranting about our 15 years of experience helping people find solutions to their credit issues. Call us at 800-730-9519 and you'll see it's just not our style. Instead, we leave the boasting to our clients.
CreditRepair.com went in, did their job, and I sat back. My goal is perfect credit, and I'm on my way.
Call 800-730-9519 and talk to a modestly proficient credit advisor at CreditRepair.com. We'll let you do the talking and the results do the bragging. Call 800-730-9519. 800-730-9519.
Right now, you can lease a 2013 Mini Cooper hardtop or coupe for an incredible $199 a month for 36 months. That means you can get all the iconic style, legendary performance, and go-kart handling of a fuel-sipping Mini Cooper for less than $200 a month. So get it in gear, because the fun you can have motoring behind the wheel of a Mini is unlimited. But an offer this good can't last forever. Learn more at miniusa.com/special offers.
Feel like telling someone to fuck off.
Fuck yeah. I like where this is going.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line.
You can do anything. You can literally do anything you want.
Say something. Do what you gotta do. 866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU-LINE-1.
Fun stuff.
That's genius.
Amazing. I love it. It's the Opie and Anthony FU line. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air. Fuck yeah. This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This week, Robert Kelly's podcast. You know what, dude?
You know what, dude? We're back. Guess what, everybody? Original fucking fans, the hardcore dudes. The hardcore dudes. Yeah, you know, you can hear that fucking cackle. You know who the fuck that is? Yeah, it's Dangerous fucking Joe. Not drinking liquor tonight, though.
No, I'm off beer. I've been on a diet.
Really?
If you had liquor, I'd drink some of it. Because fuck it. But I don't need to drink.
We never have anybody that dangerous up here in the studio anymore. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get what's your favorite liquor?
I like Maker's Mark these days.
I'm going to get a bottle of Maker's Mark for the studio.
Yeah.
And a cup. One.
I'll tell you something. You get a bottle of Maker's up here. That's going to get... You're going to go through that before you give any of it to me.
Nobody can have it.
The fucking alkies you have on this program.
No, well, everybody's done. Joe List is sober. Dan Soda hasn't drank in months.
Oh God.
Nobody drinks beers anymore. It's a wrap.
It just fucking bothers me. I have a joke on my new CD where I go, if I meet one more 24-year-old kid that goes, I just don't drink anymore. Go fuck yourself.
I mean,
I'm tired of it.
I've been sober for 30 years. I really can't side with you, but I actually do want to side with you. I do get you. If I could drink, I would, but
I would not love to see you drunk like I'd love to see you fall off the wagon. I just am so curious to see what you would be like when you're drunk.
Terrible.
Is it real aggressive?
Yeah, aggressive. I'm just all my fears and insecurities turned into superhero powers. You know what I mean? Fucking asshole. And we were talking about that while we were just shooting the shit here, is that I fucking... I've been a lot of stressed out. I've been snapping. I've been in a great mood. I'm very excited that my kid's coming. Right? When this comes out, he could have already came.
Yeah, Jesus.
He's coming out next Thursday. So he could have already fucking came.
Jesus. It's wild.
So I'm very excited, though. I'm very happy. Let's do this.
Right.
But I'm also stressed out a lot. I've been sleeping that well, blah, 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 blah. And I've been snapping on cabbies and people, not close people, but, the people you should fucking snap on.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think all of that will diffuse if you relocate with your family out of the city. I think New York, it really is like in Ghostbusters 2, where they talk about like that river of slime under the city. It's like something about this place. It just, if you're already prone to freak like guys like us are, this city is not going to help you not do that. You can beat it, but it's not going to help you not do it. It's going to throw fuel on that fire every fucking day.
Well, here's what New York is great for. When you're a guy like me, you can thrive in this city. You can walk around on edge, and you kind of fit in.
Right.
But when you want to not be that guy, when you want to kind of just be happy and enjoy life and, come home. Because you've been traveling all fucking day. When staying out till 5 in the morning isn't what you really want to do.
Right.
Because you got to get up the next day, or you don't want to sleep until 3, or your wife wants you to do some queer shit.
Right.
It's like, and you come home and you can't get a parking spot because there's a new club on your block, and everybody's parking, and and as soon as you get one, somebody, pulls in or and steals it from you, who lives in fucking Jersey, and they don't even live in your neighborhood.
Right.
Or you're trying to get a cab with your pregnant wife at 9:30 at night down at fucking Christopher Street, and there's fucking men, young men, thin little medium douchebags in the sports coats with the t-shirts and the little European Sherlock Holmes shoes.
Right.
And they run in and grab the cab in front of a pregnant woman.
Yeah, it'll set you off, dude.
And then they immediately get on their phone. As soon as they get in, they look at their phone, and because they don't want to make eye contact.
Yeah.
Because if they do, I for the first time in my life, I put a hex on a cab driver.
A hex?
I didn't know what to say, Joe. I went, I hex you. I jinx you. I gave him the devil horns on both sides, and he went, what? He got scared. I think he was Jamaican.
I was just going to say, he's from some country where they believe that's possible.
I didn't know what to do. It was either that or fucking grab the little twink out of the back seat and throw him in the gutter.
Oh, my God. Jesus. You got to get out of this town, dude. You got to go.
I need a driveway. And I know I'll get sick of those assholes. These muffins. We just made these muffins. I'm going to hate that little place, too.
This is the, by the way, we're 3 minutes in and I'm 2 movie quotes in already. Because I'm about to quote another movie. This is the beginning of Stir Crazy, dude. Where they're sitting in that bar and they see the dudes fighting and G. Wilder goes, do you see what this town does to people? We got to get out of here. Like, you're at that phase, dude. It's like, it's time to go, man. It's not good for you. It's not good for your heart, your soul. And then you don't want to bring that home with your kid. 'Cause you don't even want to bring that home when you got a dog whose behavior is influenced by that. You know what I mean?
My dog's already trembles at lightning because he thinks it's me going, what the fuck in the business never gives me a break? Yeah, dude, you're right. I went and looked at houses this week, brother.
Where at?
Up in Jersey, West Jersey. I can tell you. I went up to, I'll tell you the towns. I went up to West Jersey and below Nyack, in between the George Washington and the Tappan Zee.
Mm-hmm.
On, what is that called?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know. I kind of know where you mean.
Yeah, it's what the fuck? Up below Nyack, across the river. It's New York.
Right.
But it's upper New York, you know what I mean? It's I'll tell you exactly where it is. I'm looking at it right now. It's
isn't that called like West New York or something like that?
Yeah, it's some shit like that. It's called Tappan and Rockley, that up there, and it's on the Palisades Parkway, and then over left somewhere in Jersey, further down, 30 minutes out of the city with no traffic.
Right.
And I'm telling you, the house that I wanted, it was my dream house, sold, gone. It was on the market for a week, and it's already fucking 4 days. It's gone.
You'll get it though. You'll get another thing where you'll go, thank God we didn't get that other one.
Yeah,
it'll just happen. I moved out to Brooklyn, which by the way has been literally life changing for me.
Really
changed my whole fucking attitude.
Why?
It's everything we're talking about, man. Like I was so depressed living. I'm not shitting on Manhattan, man. I love Manhattan, but I got really depressed living here because I was in an apartment I didn't like. I was with a landlord company that was treating me poorly, in my opinion. I didn't like the building I was in. The neighborhood I was in felt like deserted. And I never left my house because I was like, why would I leave my house? To walk to what? Nordstrom Rack and spend $50 on bullshit I don't need, or to this overpriced fucking restaurant where the food's not that good. There was just nothing to look at. There's nothing to do. Did I move to Brooklyn? I'm in Williamsburg. I'm on a street lined with beautiful trees, tons of leaves. My apartment's got 4 fucking huge windows, central air, climate control in the apartment. There's a playground and a basketball court across the street, so the only noise I hear is nice. It's like nice to hear moms playing with their kids and dudes playing hoop and shit. It feels like neighborhoody. And dude, I walk out of my place. There's so much cool shit to walk to. It's just a cool neighborhood to be out in.
Right. Yeah.
And it's not. I live South Williamsburg. North Williamsburg is like the Times Square of Brooklyn. Like, and I can walk to it in 5 minutes if you want to be in the thick of shit. And if I don't want to be in it, I walk the fuck out of it, and it's fine. And dude, it's just like every restaurant is a home run. Record stores that I like shit like that. Cool fucking clothing shops, coffee shops where you can just go and talk to people.
Yeah.
It's just that kind of vibe, dude. So it makes me want to get up. It makes me want to...
How is it getting to Newark?
I mean, probably. I mean, it's the same price for a cab as it is for Manhattan. It was like $60 to get there when I lived in Hell's Kitchen, and it's the same price. If I was going to take the train, it's more annoying. Like, you got to fucking... if I was going to train it, I would have to get to the Penn Station, which is like the L to whatever to Penn Station, and then down. So I don't think I'm gonna be fucking with Newark too much anymore. But
here's my thing with New York, dude. And I might have to. What I'm gonna have to do is sell my place, rent a place, and buy a place, because I need to get that cash. You know what I mean? I need that fucking cash. So it's going to be a weird process for me because I'm going to have to go and be somewhere where I'm not going to be for a while. So it might be Brooklyn.
Right.
It might be Queens. It might be Astoria. It might be I go rent a house in Jersey for a year. I don't know.
Right.
But I got to get the fuck out.
Right.
But my only problem is getting to those airports. We were on the road so much. And getting to JFK, like Hell's Kitchen is so centrally located.
Right.
To me, to everything.
Well, Brooklyn is closer to those two airports, and it's cheaper to get to in a car.
Right.
Car service for me to LaGuardia is like $25. It was like $33 from Hell's Kitchen, and no toll because you're past the tunnel.
Yeah.
So, it's Maureen Taryn.
Yeah.
Obviously. She, when I was first thinking about moving out there, I was just like, Maureen, I can't fucking figure this out, like what neighborhood to go. And she goes, look, you're never going to get everything. It's impossible. Unless you're a goddamn billionaire, you're never going to have a perfect situation.
No.
So she's like, make a list of what you need most and then work backwards from there. And I was like, okay. And that's what helped me settle on where I went. Because I knew what was important for me was I wanted to be in a neighborhood where I wanted to leave the house and meet people.
Dude, me and Don went to this place, this house. We pull up, it's a stone driveway. Trees everywhere, bamboo surrounding the house. You walk in, it's a contemporary house in the 50s. Glass, angled walls and ceilings, loft looking down into the living room. You walk out back, it's like, a 1, 2, 3 tiered deck into a garden.
Ooh.
I was like, I actually heard myself go, ooh, a garden.
Yeah.
Like I could fucking. And then, the bedroom was fine. We'd have to do some alterations to this house. But then the lazy guy, you should go to the store down the street. It's called The Market. We go in, it's all handmade sandwiches and breads and soups. And it's, hey, how you doing? What's going on? You got to try these Kobe dogs. And they're the nicest people ever.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, I don't know if that shit used to bug the fuck out of me. Nice white people that made Puerto Ricans friendly, like trained Puerto Ricans.
Jesus.
Used to, hey man, fuck you. I see your teardrop tattoo. I see you have MS-13 on your arm, and you're telling me about fresh baked bread.
Oh, that's funny.
So I used to hate it, but now I'm like, I love it. I went there. We had all this great food, and we sat down. It was so friendly. I wanted to buy the place right there and just call it a day.
Right.
But you're absolutely right. Your place will find you. I will get out of the city now. I'm a firm believer that whatever you really want, truly want, you'll get.
Yeah.
But the only way that you'll get it is, I just looked at your phone and I just got, oh my God, dude.
This is where
I just literally, oh my God. You just took away, I stopped thinking about my child. And the home is like house.
Look at the shine on the back of it. I got the new Samsung Galaxy 4, which Bob does not have yet. And we're going to talk a lot about this. But I feel bad at distracting you. I want to keep talking about what we're talking about.
Put that in your pocket. Put that away, dude. God damn it, that looked good.
Where do you see the screen, dude? Where do you touch
all right, hang on. We used to talk about this way about pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I go back to my house. I took the bus today. I hate the bus. I fucking despise the bus. I'll never take a bus to somewhere. It's just a rule I have.
Where did you take it? Just in the city?
I just jumped on the bus today. I do it every once in a while now because it's fucking a goof. It's the same as a train. You stand in I'm going to get a cab.
Right.
The bus pulls up in front of me. It's going to the same place.
Right.
It makes 100 stops. There's old people and lunatics, and it smells like diapers.
Right.
But it's a goof.
Right. I kind of like the bus.
I don't
really
mind.
Cool and air conditioned.
It's cool, but the guys who drive it are cunts.
Right.
They drive. They're not driving like they're driving lives around.
Right.
They're driving like they're driving fucking bread.
Right. Yeah.
It's a stop go. It's like, dude, could you fucking have some finesse? I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, you're not getting a chauffeur in the front of the bus.
Yeah, at least the chauffeur would say sorry if he stopped short. I'm getting seasick with this cocksucker.
That's fucking hilarious.
And then every stop, it's some cunt with a walker that she doesn't need.
I know. And you got to wait for that thing, that airlift to go down. And
my wife is pregnant, okay? And she wound up getting up. She had to get up. And for this old lady. And all these old women came on, and everybody's selfish, and everybody's fucking looking out for themselves. And, and I told Dawn, I go, Dawn, I want you to hold on.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm fine. And some lady was like, you can have my seat. And I'm like, take that seat. She's like, I'm fine. My wife, she's a stubborn broad from Everett.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's
I know. I know.
I'm like, all right, listen to me. I on the bus, I go, Dawn, I don't give a fuck about anybody else on this bus but you.
Right.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Right.
So you either take a seat or hold on with two hands.
Right.
Don't pull this shit with me.
Right.
It's like, what do you... I don't want you to fall and hurt yourself or hurt my baby. I could give a fuck about any of these old ladies.
Yeah.
Or any fucking other dumb broad on this bus.
Yeah. It's not time to prove a point.
And it's like, I don't need that in my life. I need to get in a car go to a supermarket, one place, buy it all, go to walk out with a cart, leave it for some kid to grab. I'll give him a couple bucks. Go home, pull up to my driveway or maybe into my garage.
Right.
And go into my house and the groceries, put them on the table and put them away.
Right.
While my wife's cooking dinner.
I love how you said put them on the table because what you insinuate was, and then my wife puts them away.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Come on, son.
You really tried to smooth it out. You go, put them on the table, and then put them away.
All right, here it is. I've been doing a lot more since she's been pregnant. I've started cooking dinner again.
Oh, it's good.
I started cooking.
Good.
I used to cook a lot back when I lived in L.A. I cooked a lot.
Hey.
I stopped. My wife's an old school broad, man. You get that, Dangerous Joe.
Hey, I get it.
You know what I mean?
I get
and
it.
I like it, and she likes it.
Yeah.
I take care of her.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She likes to cook. She likes to clean. You know what I mean? I saw my pregnant wife on her knees polishing a floor on Saturday.
Jesus Christ.
Ah, it was
literally
great.
barefoot and pregnant. Literally.
Barefoot, pregnant. I give a nice huff to get the sweaty hair out of her face while I was playing Xbox. Come on, son.
I started. That was another good thing about moving, dude. Was I have a nice sized kitchen again, so I started cooking again.
Right,
and it's fucking great, dude. All that supermarket shit. I'll tell you, when I visit my parents, I couldn't live where my parents live, and I have dear friends. What was that?
I don't know. Hang on.
All right.
Keep talking.
So the buzzer just, I don't know, the doorbell or something just rang, and Bobby is now going to see who it could be. I feel like it's probably the guy that, I think he has somebody's keys. I don't know. Now Bobby is saying who is it repeatedly to whoever's on the other end of this intercom, which I don't know what they do with intercoms in New York, but every time you press the button to listen to who's downstairs, it sounds like there's a blizzard happening. So I don't know why he's doing that. Not why he's doing that, but I don't know why it sounds like that, because it's always, you can never hear who it is.
Jesus.
Anyway, this has been my New York intercom bit while Bob was gone, and he's back.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck that was.
It's probably like somebody wants to put menus under the doors. They just ring any bell.
There's no people don't do that here. There's a gate. I think one of the guys hit the wrong button or something, because I heard some fucking accent.
But here's the thing. When I couldn't live where my parents lived, despite the fact that I have some really good friends out there. And
that's why you're a goddamn professional. Just stop everybody. He didn't fucking even miss a beat. He did his thing. He explained it. And then as soon as I sat back down, and he picked it right back up where he left off. All you little podcasters out there, or all you little interviewers, rewind that. Go ahead, Joe.
I love it. I don't like digressing. It'd be funny now if we digressed about digressing. Hey, folks, that's a little Williamsburg humor. That's a little wordplay. I couldn't, despite the fact that I have really good friends out there and people to actually hang out with and have fun with, I couldn't live out there because, you walk outside at 10 o'clock, the streets are black. It is everybody, the doors are shut, the lights are out.
Yeah.
I can't do that. It freaks me out. But I can't do it because I'm a single dude.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And I need to,
You'll commit suicide.
Yeah.
I'd kill myself if I didn't have my wife.
Right, exactly.
And the place I looked at, if I lived there alone, I'd be, first of all, hookers galore. Whatever hookers were in that town would know my name.
Oh, you'd get the nice expensive ones, too.
Yeah,
they're pricey out there in the burbs.
Oh, yeah.
Because they got to travel.
Oh, yeah.
There's let's just go around the corner in fucking Poughkeepsie, New Jersey.
Yeah, there's no chick going to call you Poppy up in...
No. But the one thing...
She's sucking your dick to get her real estate license up in New Paltz, whatever the fuck you are.
But I do look forward to, when I'm there, I actually like, my parents feel like it's a special occasion when I'm home.
Yeah.
So they're always like, where do you want to go? Let's go out to dinner. Dude, 9 times out of 10, I say, let me go to the supermarket. I will buy a bunch of stuff and we'll cook. Like, I enjoy walking around a big supermarket, talking to the clerks, the friendliness of it all. Oh, look, a seafood section. I'll get some of this, and here's the meats and whatever. And you get fucking creative or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you go home and you're in a fucking nice-sized kitchen. There's a grill out back. You cook the I like that shit, man.
I remember Patrice. I went over his house when he lived with Will in Jersey City, his first joint. He took me over to the International Supermarket, which is just a fucking ginormous supermarket, and it has like China or India or Japan, and
it's like it'll say Japan, and then that's all the Japanese foods.
Yeah, like it doesn't say it, but it is that. That's all the Japanese food, all Chinese food or seafood and steaks, blah blah blah. And he took me in there one day, and we walked around and got so much shit. Giant king crab legs, which I never had at that time. All this great food, and we went back to his house, and he just cooked this crazy meal, and I was like dumbfounded, like, what the fuck? You can do that?
Yeah, it's amazing, right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, though, is that I've talked about this before on the show. You got to go to 19 different places in New York City because there's no one place to go. I can't believe in New York they don't have a giant supermarket somewhere in the middle of the city. And I know it's because the trucks can't get in and they can't stock it and there's not enough room.
Well, actually, it's not super close to you, but it's closer than Harlem. There's a Fairway now. Well, actually, you got a Fairway on the Upper West Side at 70.
How big is it, though? Is it
fucking huge, dude?
A Fairway?
It's huge.
Where is that? All right, so how do I get home?
You take a cab. That's what I used to do. That when I lived in Hell's Kitchen, I would do a set at stand in New York. I'd walk to Fairway. It was like 3 blocks away on Broadway. I would do all my shopping, and I would just get a cab home.
So it's just fucking annoying.
It is, but I mean, there's all I'm trying to say is there are some options that are a little better than what you think's out there. Because fuck Food Emporium,
right?
Fuck that
shithole.
We lived, blocks from one of those places, and it was like that place. It's overpriced. It's dog shit. It sucks. The selection sucks. Gristedes is kind of but Fairway. There's one in my old neighborhood in Gramercy.
You know what I want? I want one of those big ass motherfucking super Stop and Shops or whatever the fuck they're, ShopRites, or when you go like a Ralph's and you walk in and you don't have, it's just massive,
right?
And a massive fruit section. You're like, what the fuck? There's fruits everywhere.
Right.
Then a massive meat section, and you go up, the aisles are huge. You won't touch anybody because they're just so big. And then they have a Starbucks, and they have a pharmacy. It's just a massive one stop. You go there for a couple hours, and you pack the fucking thing, and then you go home.
Yeah, it's great, man. It's great. You should check out Western Beef. I mean, it's discount stuff, but
that's that's over by me.
Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah, it's down. They moved, first of all, so it's a little farther, but that's a pain in the ass too. And the aisles are a foot and a half wide.
Yeah, well, yeah, that place is all about getting a deal. That's like the fucking Walmart of supermarket, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a Kmart supermarket. Everything's cheap and whatever. But, dude, I hear you, man. Look, I'll tell you this. I don't know if I'll ever move, even if I have a family one day. I don't know if I'll ever move out of New York. I think I'm too, into it. But my plan now is when I can afford to take a car service that costs $40 each way whenever the fuck I want, and I don't have to think twice about it. I'm talking every day, twice a day, back and forth if I have to, and I don't even have to give a shit. I'll move deeper into Brooklyn and get. Ann Harris just moved out there with her husband and their baby.
Right,
dude. Their house their apartment is fucking amazing. They got a huge backyard. They got a patio.
But is it theirs?
I don't know if they bought it or not. But I would.
But
that's
is it
what
theirs?
I would buy.
And do they have to share it?
With who?
It's an apartment, right?
Yeah, but apartment buildings in Brooklyn are a little different, dude. There's 5 apartments in a building. It's not like New York where...
Yeah, but who gets the backyard?
No, it's their backyard.
But there's 5 other people in the building.
Yeah, but the yard comes out of their back door.
Okay, so people are above you looking down into your yard.
I guess they could be.
I can't. You know what, dude? You know what, dude? I'll tell you. When you go out and Brooklyn's crazy now too to buy. It's going nuts. Real estate in Brooklyn is fucking stupid. It's like Manhattan now.
I'm paying more in Brooklyn than I ever paid Manhattan.
It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So to go the other way uptown and get a backyard and a little quiet, 30 minutes out, and not have some cocksucker looking down, throwing cigarette butts on my fucking head while I'm trying to make a steak with my kid.
Right.
I don't know if I'll take that, but I'm gonna miss the energy, the savagery of New York. That when you walk out and you might get murdered, when you have to take a train and someone might push you. I'm always on my guard.
Right.
I feel like me because I'm always, walking around like this is fucking New York, man.
Right.
And I love that feeling. But I just don't think I can handle it anymore, especially with this kid coming. And I need to not see a motherfucker. I want to drive. I want a driveway. Yeah. I wanted crushed ice and I got that. Right. And now I want a fucking driveway.
Yeah, well, get it then, man.
How hard is it to get a chick back to Brooklyn, though?
Hasn't been too hard, I mean, I live, dude. I'm right over the bridge, like.
Right there.
I'm 2 blocks over the Williamsburg Bridge, so to get home, it's a fast cab ride. And, dude, saying I live in Williamsburg now is like saying...
You live in Manhattan.
Yeah, it's like... I get made fun of for living in Williamsburg by people because they're like... Because it's like, oh, trendy, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you can call it trendy all you fucking want. There isn't one chain restaurant, store, or coffee house except for a Dwayne Reed in my fucking neighborhood for a 20-block radius.
Right.
Everywhere I go...
How dangerous is it?
It's not. Just not. I mean, it's like any part of New York, It's like you got to be alert, but it's not dangerous at all.
How far is the subway?
I'm like a 9-minute walk from the L train, and I'm like a 9-minute walk from the JMZ.
9?
About 9 minutes.
Why don't you say 10?
Because 9 sounds better. It's like when they price something $9.99. You're like, oh. It's not terribly far, and it's a neighborhood you want to walk through,
right?
Because there's cool shit, and. You know what, dude? I'll tell you. I'll tell you the best part is I just love going anywhere and walking in and going, I'm inside somebody's fucking dream right now. This place is here because somebody had a vision and they were like, I want to open a place like that, and they did, and that's why the fucking quality in here is so high, and that's why everybody's so friendly. Because, dude, I went to a clothing store the other day. I just go, what is this stuff? I don't know what brand it is. And he's like, oh, it's the designer owns the store. This is all his stuff. He's like some unknown guy, and he's just like, yeah, I opened a store to sell my clothing.
Right.
And it's nice shit. Like, it's just stuff like that, man. I like that. I like it.
How old are you now?
35.
35.
Yeah, which is,
Jesus. Dude, it's not, I'll tell you what it is. It's fucking awesome. It's the best. I remember 35, dude. 35, and here's the deal. Man, if I could be 35 and single, if I was 35 single and owned my place, holy shit, fuck. I'd never leave.
Yeah.
I'd never leave.
It is tough. You don't want to go do anything anymore.
It's going to be hard to let it go. It's going to be hard to let that place go. It's right there, 2 blocks from Times Square. It's fucking 5 minutes, not minutes away from every train in the city. My shower is the shower I've always wanted.
Yeah, that bathroom's retarded.
The kitchen is insane now. Brand new fucking kitchen. Everything is perfect now.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just, the only thing that sucks about it's cluttered with baby shit. There's just baby shit everywhere, so I have to get the fuck out. And I need a house, man. I need to be able to I need to pull in that driveway at night after spots and not want to murder fucking 5 dudes in a car because they just stole the spot in front of me.
Yeah, dude. It's just getting older, man. It's what you got to do.
Yeah,
it's what you got to do. We all grow. It's funny.
I just don't want to be that guy, Joe. I don't want to be the guy.
What guy?
The guy that shows up. Oh man, were you because you're still in the city? Telling the new young kid, yeah, that's Bob Kelly, man. He used to fucking murder. He was a fucking murderer, dude. He used to come. Yeah. What's he doing? Really? Oh, I think I heard of him. I don't want to be that guy.
Dude, the fact that you're afraid of becoming that guy means you won't become that guy. The guy that becomes that guy is the guy that doesn't see it coming. Do you know what I'm saying?
I guess, but I've said that. Like, who's that? Oh man, he was the motherfucker.
Well, it's like, dude, and all that shit, man. Comedy is no different from music, in the sense that, look, we have our one-hit wonders too, and it's like you could pull up a fucking band from the '80s and go, these guys, man, nobody was fucking bigger than Flock of Seagulls, man. Yeah. They were the guys that everybody wanted to be. And then it's like 3 years later, who gave a fuck? And I'm trying to shit on the guys, but, it's the same thing with comedy, Yeah. And it's like, and then you see them on stage with their feathered hair still, and you're like, guys, what are you doing? So the fact that you're aware of that, it's like you'll keep putting your work in, and either that or you'll have a moment where you go, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I don't care if I'm that guy. This is how I'm doing it. And at that point, it wouldn't bother you anyway.
Yeah.
But as long as you don't want to be that guy, you won't be that guy.
Well, here's the thing. I believe truly that falling in love with my wife and having this marriage or this relationship, and now this kid, it's made me a better comic. It's made me a more honest guy, I believe.
Of course.
On the percentage-wise, most of the time.
Right.
Like I was talking to you last night. Like last night, I had to follow Mitch Mulaney.
John Mulaney?
John Mulaney. Mitch is dead, right? Mitch Hegberg.
Oh, yeah. No, there was a guy named Mitch Mulaney that died too, right?
Mitch Mulaney. He was the teacher, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, remember he had that show?
I don't remember the show.
There we go. And this is what I'm fucking talking about.
Stop.
He had a show, Joe. He had a show, Joe.
Dude, at this point, that's like saying he bought a car. Who didn't?
We did. And it died on the vine.
We test drove it. They didn't let us take it out of the lot.
We repainted it 5 different colors because people told us to.
Shit.
We took off the Toyota logo and put a Honda one on because they said, oh, God.
You know what this car needs? It needs some flames on the side. Go put some flames on the side.
Okay. Billy, are you okay with flames? Billy, respond. Billy, email, tweet. Yeah, cool, whatever, dude. Joe, you cool? I don't know about flames. Well, we gotta put flames. Dude, don't yell at me. Fuck you. Billy, fucking guys, we gotta chill out. Here you go. Here's the flame Honda.
We put the flames on it. We don't want any fucking flames on this car.
Flames aren't good.
Did you do that
flames aren't good. Why would you put flames? Oh, fucking
Jesus Christ.
But
wait, what were you saying?
I was Mitch Mulaney. John Mulaney went up, who, quite frankly, is one of the funniest guys around. He's a fucking solid dude, man.
He's fucking hilarious.
God damn it. And he's a very soft-spoken dude, very nice guy.
Yeah.
Never had a problem with the guy. I was just a sweet guy, really nice guy. Unlikable. You know what I'm saying?
You say what?
Unlikable.
Oh, it's impossible to not like him?
That
yeah,
too.
Yeah, I agree. That's what you were saying, though, right?
Unlikable.
I didn't hear the first on, and I was like, he's saying nice stuff, then he said unlikable.
No,
I got you.
He's just a great guy, but he goes up last night, and he fucking mad his kid.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think twice about it, and I went up after him, and I tried to just, I had no idea I just went up. You know, like I went up like a fucking, and I was like, hey, what's up? And I just looked at the dude's face. I go, look at your face. And it's like, they were like, what? They just saw a craftsman, a guy who sat down at a desk and wrote incredibly awesome jokes, set up punch tag, and just orchestrated them together like just like a fucking a savant musician. Just put this all together and then practiced it and then presented it on a Tuesday night to a small audience, and they went, oh my God. Yeah. And then I came up after him, what's up? Fucking look at your face. And then I tried to go into my shit, and it was just so crude, and I say fuck too much when I get, fucking fuck. I just turn into Boston Bob.
Right.
Fucking cock fucking.
Right.
I didn't bomb because I don't think I have it in me to bomb anymore.
Right.
Because I have too much knowledge and too many skills. I have too many weapons to die.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I can take a beating.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Oh my God, did I take a hot? It was just a fucking wow.
That's tough, man. That's tough. There's nothing worse than when a wing it set goes wrong, and you're just like, who the fuck do I think I am? I didn't even try to think of what I was going to say.
Here's the thing: is if you try, you gotta before I go up there. At least you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna bomb. I don't give a fuck. And then it goes. I don't care.
Yeah.
Psychologically, you can't beat me.
Yeah.
That's what I did. That's what I did tonight. Is before I came down here, I went, what am I doing tonight? Why am I going on stage?
Right.
Why am I going to the cellar right now?
Right.
Am I going to have fun? Am I going to work on something? Because if not, I shouldn't be going down there.
Yeah. Dude, I 110% agree with that. I think, particularly in the last year, when I got to because I knew I was going to be working on a new album and stuff, so I knew when I got that hour together of what I wanted it to be, at least initially, I wasn't doing as many spots. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to run these jokes into the ground and then fuck it up by trying to figure out how to take 10-minute slivers out of the hour. I'll go do spots on the weekends when I'm in town to make some cash, but I can't. And then I started doing this thing where I was like, that's the hour over there, and I'm just going to, when I do sets, I'm going to do these jokes, like that aren't in it, because whatever. And you have to do that, man. Running around and doing 9 sets which you can't even fucking do anymore, it doesn't seem like. I guess there was a time where guys did 12 sets a night. I haven't seen anybody do that in years.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe some guys can, but, like, running around and doing that to me anymore is just like it's like you're proving something. It's like you beat the jokes in the goddamn ground, they work. Okay,
yeah, you know what I tried to do. Yeah, it is weird because what happened to me. I've been working the cellar since I'm waiting to have this baby. I'm home now until this baby comes out. So I'm working the weekends and I'm working the Comedy Cellar and the new Comedy Cellar.
Right.
Which is kind of fucking nostalgic for me to go from place to place.
Right.
And it's the same place. It reminds me of the old Nick's Comedy Stop in Boston.
Right.
They had upstairs and downstairs.
Oh, that's cool. And you'd go up and down?
Up and down. 500 people, 500 people.
Oh, that's really cool.
And now, on weekends, you go over, do a set at the Comedy Cellar, run around the corner to the Village Underground, and it's a replica of the Comedy Cellar, except it's bigger and better.
Right.
And you go up there and do a little longer set.
Right.
Sometimes it's 20.
Right.
And it's more money.
That's great.
And then you run back to the cellar.
That's great.
But what I was doing was exactly that. I was literally taking out my hour, which I just signed to do.
Yeah, congrats on that, by the way. You told me that.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get it. You know what I can't wait with? To get it out. And I'm going to make it as fucking slamming as I possibly can.
Yeah.
The biggest compliment you give me after a show, I didn't stop laughing once.
Right.
Because I know there's guys that do shows, and there's lulls.
Right.
There's fucking lulls.
Right.
Which I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. But I like when you have that hour and you can step on the gas.
Right.
And fucking go.
Right.
And it's like, holy shit. That's right. So I'm excited to get this out. But I started taking that hour and making it into a 20-minute set.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, and it's killing his 20. And I'm losing the connections.
Yeah.
The pieces that went in between that to make the building blocks of the hour.
Yeah.
And you're right, it is dangerous, but this is what I started to do. I started to take, I'm going to do the first 15, and that's it.
That's smart.
The second 15, and that's it.
That's smart.
The third 15, I'm cutting it up into 15-minute chunks, and that's it.
That's smart.
So, and then I'll just be polishing those chunks.
And then the bonus of that is, too, you know, for example, you do the third 15, and maybe you struggle a little bit, and you go, this doesn't pop like the first 15, and then you make it pop like that. Now you got an hour of every joke as an opener. You know what I mean? And it's just like bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, exactly.
And every quarter of that hour is something that could be a closer. You know what I mean? So you really tentpole it at that point.
I had to. It was so weird too to go through names for your special.
What are you going to call it?
I don't know if I want to reveal it yet.
All right, fair enough.
I can give you the list of the names, and you can pick which one you think it's going to be.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah. What the fuck is that thing? Your phone's in.
It's one of the best iPhone cases ever.
Here we go.
Because it has this sticky rubber mat that you can peel your phone off and put it back on, no problem.
Right.
And it has nothing on your phone.
Okay.
It leaves no residue on your phone. And it's your wallet. It's my wallet and it's my phone case.
Okay.
So, especially when I travel, it protects the fucking thing, but then it keeps all my shit.
I like that, and it can flip around so you can talk on it.
I love it. It's fucking great. I just bought a new thing called the Krabby Wallet off a Kickstarter that's coming in a couple of days, which is an elastic. All the material is elastic made. So you can put up to 10 cards in this thing. And it has a rubber band, cloth elastic to put your phone in. So you attach your wallet to your phone. It doesn't fuck up your cards because it's in the wallet, and it has 2 different slots, for the cards you use most, and then the other cards.
That's cool.
And it has a little thing on it. You can hook it up. You can hook it up on one of the what are those things called? The fucking.
I have no idea.
Nice talking to you.
I literally had no idea. But I just want to point out once again, as I've pointed out many times on the show, do you see how you use technology like you treat it like a whore? Yeah. As you're describing that case as the best case ever, you're telling me about the case you're going to replace it with that's better.
I know.
Have some fucking respect for these designers.
Dude, I'm Tech Talk Bobby, brother. And you know what's so funny? Is that you're in front of my... Move over to the left a little bit. Right? No, the other way. Other way. No. Just go right back to the middle. Right back. Right there. Stop. Go over a little more to the right. The other way. Right there. Stop. You're literally in front of the new Tech Talk banner. Oh. And your head is right where my head is. So it looks like you. I'm going to be starting that Tech Talk thing, but we're going to actually kick it off tonight.
Yes.
Tech Talk.
Yes.
With... we're going to get into that in a couple minutes. Yeah. We're going to get into your phone.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into my headphones.
Okay.
And I don't know if I guess I'm going to do video a little bit, but it's just going to be audio for the first one.
Okay.
About these headphones. So the video portion is going to come. I might record it. We'll see what happens, but I don't want to get too crazy with it. I want it to just flow. So.
All right.
So here's the names that I'm going through. Ready? You tell me which one. I'm funny too.
Uh-huh.
I lost my wallet.
Uh-huh.
Hair, lips, and kisses.
Right.
Am I right, ladies?
That's funny.
59% gay. I was kind of molested. I wish I was a Jew. I used to like pussy.
All right.
I don't care. Almost dead.
Okay.
It's not my fault.
Okay.
Feel the pain.
Okay.
Now I'm the father.
Okay.
Come on my foot. Trying to be better.
Okay.
The evolution of a man. Vices.
All right.
Almost human. The evolution of a piece of shit.
Okay.
No B plan.
Okay.
Dead toenails and candy bars.
Okay.
Cry like a man.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I have a track on my new album called Vices.
Do you?
I'm just saying that you don't think I stole it from you.
That's out.
I think you're going... Look, there's a million possibilities.
Which one popped out of all of them? You had to pick. I have a gun to your head, Joe.
You're going to call it I Don't Care. That's the title.
That's not it. That's not the one I'm
It's either
for.
title or 59% gay. It's one of those
what
two.
What the fuck? That was a joke.
Huh?
That was a joke, Joe.
What was a joke?
59% gay.
Oh, I was like, that sounds like something Bobby would call as special.
No. Jesus Christ, I'm a father of a son.
I don't know. It just sounded like a funny thing you would call... I don't care.
You didn't like dead toenails and candy bars?
That was my least favorite. Is that your favorite?
No.
Good.
I like that one.
I didn't like the hair lips one. I thought for a second maybe... I don't care is a... why would you not call it that?
It's a good one. It's one of the top 3.
You say that all the time.
I don't give a shit. I don't care. Yeah.
And it's a great title. It sticks in your head. Yeah. It embodies you.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. It's one of the tops. So we'll see.
All right.
But anyways,
it's fun doing that. It's fun naming stuff.
It's hard.
Right.
It's fun, but it is hard. You know what I find hard in this business is having to write this, come up with the bios or the taglines or about yourself.
Right.
I just recently for Just for Laughs, they're like, we need this, and it's like, I don't know.
Are you going this year?
I'm going, dude.
Me too.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Oh, are you coming up?
Yeah, I'm going.
What? You coming for the 2 weeks?
I'm going. I'm not doing the Nasty Show. I'm there the whole second week, Monday through Saturday.
I'm doing this up there. You know what, dude? They asked me to do it.
That's great, dude.
Me, Colin, you want to do it?
Yeah.
So you and Colin and whoever else I can get. I'll get one other person.
I'm in. I'll do it.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
You know what, dude?
That'll be fun.
How do you say that in French?
Blah, 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 dude. I was in Edmonton, and I started making fun of Montreal, and they start groaning. I go, fuck you. That fucking city tries to act like, we're so classy. We're so classy. I go, is this a classy city? I couldn't see the class through the wall of toothless fucking hookers on every street. Is it classy? Oh, there's another flashing sign that says dildos. Go fuck yourself. I go, that place is so European, it's ridiculous.
It is.
They try to act classy, and it's a fucking just scum everywhere. Just fucking kills me.
I love Montreal.
I love it.
Fucking love. One of my favorite top 3 cities.
Yeah, it's a great town. Just don't try to fucking sell me on being classy.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not. It's not Victoria.
What is Victoria?
It's a town outside of. It's a really nice Canadian town.
Oh, all right.
Canadians would have laughed at that joke. They would be like, "Oh, he's right." It's I love Just for Laughs, dude. I'm fucking excited.
It'll be fun. Man.
I'm doing the Nasty Show with Big J.
That's fun.
Brad Williams. The
little guy,
little dude, and some girl, I don't know who she is, some blonde girl.
Nasty Show, so fucking bad.
I'm fucking excited.
I love doing that, but yeah, it's gonna be fun up there. I just did another festival that was.
I'm doing an hour show up there too for the first time.
That's great.
I'm doing 2 shows, my own show.
Great.
And the name of my special will be the name of that show.
Great.
So when you see that I picked the name.
Great, dude.
So make sure you spread the fucking word for that. I'm sure it's at a little joint, but whatever.
That's great, man.
Yeah, I'm going to run the special up there.
Great,
see what happens. I'm fucking nervous about it, Joe.
Why?
I don't know. You know, dude.
You're going to crush, dude. You've never not killed up there.
I have not killed. I've never done well in a gala.
Well, you know what? It is true that that is a tough town sometimes. I don't know why,
go
man.
Fuck yourself. It's a tough town. The Nasty Show's great.
Yeah.
But those galas, I'm telling you.
I'm doing a gala thing, and I'm like nervous.
Yeah, because the lights are on, and it's a TV show. It's a fucking TV show, and the people there are loaded. They have money.
Yeah.
They're high-end people. I'm not a high-end guy. I'm a 500-seater.
I'm already like trying to get into like quick joke form.
Yeah, yeah, dude. It's definitely a joke writers forum.
Yeah,
where jokes. It's that 4-minute, television spot shit.
Right.
Set up, punch, tag. Set up, punch, tag.
Yep.
The only other person I've seen do well, who's not set up punch tag, is Bob Marley. 2 years ago, he walked in from another show and didn't give a fuck and went out there, poking the beans, and fucking the place lost its mind.
He's a destroyer, that guy.
Destroyer of fucking human beings.
I feel like he's going to be another Brian Regan. Like
he is now.
Oh, is he getting that
fuck,
big?
Dude, he has a Winnebago, and him and his friends and his family drive to gigs. He lives in Maine. He sells out. He makes millions. You know when somebody makes his own furniture as a side gig?
Right.
Dude, I made a fucking table. My own table. What? Yeah, I just fuck around in my backyard and make tables. You're a fucking millionaire. Okay? I don't have time to make tables.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm doing a podcast and fucking writing and trying to do shows and auditioning. I'm trying to make some money.
Yeah, it was up till 2 a.m. to make $25 last night.
I know, dude. I'm keeping my spot money during the week. I got a kid coming.
Funny.
All right, so we're going to talk about this phone. We're on 50 minutes in.
All right.
We're going to start talking about these technical fucking devices.
Right.
This is Tech Talk with Bobby and Joe. Remember that?
I do remember it. And you still fuck it up.
I know. I did. I did it
too high on the
I know.
joke. I don't know why you can't do that.
But it's all right. Let's try it again. Tech Talk. With,
wait, I'm supposed to say Tech Talk.
Right, good.
Tech Talk.
Bobby and Joe.
You went higher now.
I know. I do it to aggravate you.
It really does.
It bugs you.
Annoy me. How wrong it is.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to start doing Tech Talk for real.
Yeah,
for realsies.
That's cool.
Where I'm going to do this is the way it is, though. I'm not doing these long unboxings. I'm not going on and on about the product. It's not going to be a 5-minute thing.
Right.
It's going to be very, very fast. Very quick. They're going to go at the end of my videos for the upcoming show that week on the You Know What Dude, YouTube page.
Sure.
And it's just to let you guys know of technology that I think is fun, interesting, you should have, cheap, quirky, whatever.
Right.
Shit that I like. Companies that I like or things that I think are amazing. I'm going to talk about very quickly. This one's not going to be quick. This one's we're going to go on about this phone when it's a big thing like that. But that's the way it's going to be. It's going to be very quick. The new Tech Talk is coming very shortly. A lot of companies sent me shit, and I haven't done the show yet. But I want to do it right, and awesome. I had to figure out how to do it. I didn't want to, and it will be out there. So go to Tech Talk Bobby at Tech Talk Bobby on Twitter, and follow me. If you're into the tech and you're into nerd shit and you like that stuff, make sure you find me, follow me, and support that part of the show.
Friends of the show. Friends of the show. Friends of the show. Friends of the show. This has been Robert Kelly's You Know What Dude. For more info, audio, and tour dates, visit robertkelly.com. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on SiriusXM. SiriusXM. The download. The latest buzzworthy moments from SiriusXM.
Van Halen frontman David Lee Roth sat in on the Opie and Anthony Show. MLB legend Doc Gooden sat down with Sway Calloway on Shade 45 to tell stories from his new memoir. And SiriusXM The Highway was live from Nashville during CMA Music Fest, featuring exclusive performances with Kelly Pickler, Cree Harrison, Randy Houser, and more.
SiriusXM. The download. Comedy, MMA, psychedelia. Fuck yeah. 100%. Guaranteed. Are you experienced? That's a mind fucking half right there. The Joe Rogan Experience. This week, comedian Tom Rhodes. When I turned 16, I threw one of the biggest parties, and this guy vomits. So what'd you do? Sprinkled some dog food on it and let the dog in the house. No! Did you really? Here's a Joe Rogan Experience. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of the world's most comfortable pillow, MyPillow. We all have the same problem sleeping at night. Our pillows go flat. We end up folding our pillows over for support, using our arms, flip-flopping all night long like a guppy. We wake up in the morning, we have sore necks, we have headaches, our arms are asleep, we feel like we need a nap in the afternoon even though we've slept 8 hours. Well, with my patented fill, wherever you move this pillow, it'll hold the exact position for you as an individual, and you'll get the best night's sleep of your life. Also, it stays cool. You don't have to flip it to the cool side. It stays healthy for a full 10 years, and it's warranted not to go flat. And you can throw it right in the washer and dryer just like your favorite blue jeans, and I personally guarantee it's going to be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Log on to MyPillow.com now or call 1-800-299-6694 to get fitted for your very own MyPillow. Enter promo code XM4 and save 25% off your entire order when you call or log on today.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Attention business owners and high net worth individuals. It's still not too late to reduce your 2012 taxes. That's right. Our step-by-step proven process will likely cut your taxes in half. In fact, many of our clients have an effective tax rate of 10% or less, all while protecting your assets. The key is that your accountant typically uses only 50 to 75 tax deductions. Our team of CPAs and tax attorneys have identified over 400 legal and well-documented documented deduction. Did you know that you can legally cut your taxes in half, even to an effective rate of 10% or less, while protecting your assets? It's true, and almost 7,000 clients are benefiting from our relationship. Let us send you our free report, How to Legally Cut Your Taxes to 10% or less, plus information about our risk-free tax-saving training. Call us now at 800-780-5300. Again, that's 800-780-5300.
Don't get Dad another pair of those glasses that help you find your golf ball in the weeds. Get him something exciting. He's actually going to use a gift card from DollarShaveClub.com. Amazing razors right to Dad for a couple of bucks a month. It saves Dad from schlepping to the store to buy stupid overpriced razors. Dads hate wasting time and money, don't they? And how many times has he told you that? This Father's Day. Show him you've actually been listening. DollarShaveClub.com razors are excellent. They have other amazing products, too, like Dr. Carver's Easy Shave Butter. Incredible pre-shave treatment.
I used the butter.
Did you?
I really did. It's nice.
Get Dad a DollarShaveClub.com gift card in any amount, and let him choose what he wants from all their great products. He'll never have to worry about running out of those blades, and you'll never have to worry about him showing up to your party looking like the Wolfman. Dad doesn't have to be hard to shop for. Not when there's DollarShaveClub.com. DollarShaveClub.com.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chuck Woolery. After putting a few thousand couples together on Love Connection, you know that nothing kills romance faster than bad breath. Smart Mouth gets at the cause of bad breath without the burn, and you get clean breath for about 12 hours. Other mouthwashes only prevent bad breath for about an hour. Gum and mints, well, they just cover it up. Use Smart Mouth in the morning for great breath all day. Rinse in the evening for clean, kissable breath all night. You can even wake up without morning breath. Smart Mouth, for 12 hours of real clean breath, look for the green box at your favorite store.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
An entire channel.
We are gathered here today.
An entire channel.
When you're on fire, people will get out of your way.
An entire channel.
There's a lot of coal.
Dedicated to the comic genius.
Yeah, and it's deep too.
Sirius XM presents Richard Pryor Radio, an exclusive 3-day event featuring his best stand-up and 4 Richard Pryor concerts and albums all weekend.
I beg your pardon.
Richard Pryor Radio, all weekend long on Sirius XM 96 or listen on the Sirius XM app.
Got a favorite photo you want to show off in your home or